the business is empty for 6 months, they have to go through documentation, but then they can change it to the monument sign. And it's really made a difference in Holiday. So you might want to pay attention to that.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you bringing that up. I do have it on the list. 41, an artery right in the middle of our county. Really not sure if that's for you.
I would think if it got cleaned up, you could get some nice restaurants in there for Market, but they're not gonna come in. A dump? It's a dump.
Thank you for pointing
Yeah.
that out.
Well, I don't need.
I now call back to order the Pasco County Commission meeting of March 21st, 2023. Please silence all electronic devices and mute your phones. We will proceed with public hearings of ordinances. P-41, continuance. There was notice?
Yes. Mr. Chair, P-41 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on March 8th, 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, P-41 is an ordinance by the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners amending the Pasco County Land Development Code, Chapter 300 Procedures, Section 303 Common Procedures, adding Section 303.1B Design Standards Manual, Chapter 400 Permit Types and Applications, Section 402.2 Zoning Amendment, MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District, Section 407.5 Alternative Standards, Chapter 900 Development Standards, Section 901.3 Access Management, Section 901.4 Substandard Roadway Analysis and Mitigation, Section 901.6 Street Design and Dedication Requirements, Section 901.7 Bicycle Facilities, Section 901.8 Pedestrian Facilities, Section 901.10 Traffic Control Devices, Section 902.2 Stormwater Management Requirements, and other sections as necessary for internal consistency, providing for applicability, repealer, providing for severability, inclusion into the Land Development Code, and an effective date. This is coming with a continuance request to the June 20, 2023 BCC meeting at 1:30 p.m. here in Port Richey.
May I have a motion to continue P-41?
So move.
Second.
And roll call vote?
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Next item, P-42.
Item P-42 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on February 15th, 2023, February 22nd, 2023, March 1st, 2023, and March 8th, 2023.
Item P-42, Mr. Chairman, is an ordinance establishing the Harvest Ridge Community Development District pursuant to Chapter 190 Florida statutes, providing for authority and power of the district, providing for powers and duties of the district, providing for the Board of Supervisors of the district, providing for the district budget, providing for functions of the district, providing for miscellaneous provisions, providing for an effective date, and this comes with a recommendation of approval.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Actually, any questions for staff? Seeing none, this is a public hearing, Madam Clerk. Do we have anyone in person or on WebEx signed up for this item?
I have no one on WebEx, and no one has signed up for this item.
Okay, is anyone in the audience who would like to speak to this item, P-42? No one on WebEx either?
No one on
Okay.
WebEx.
All right, we'll conclude public comment. May I have a motion to approve P-42?
So move. Second.
All in favor, roll call vote?
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Motion carries. The ordinance is adopted. Next item, P-43.
Item P-43 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on February 1st, 2023.
Item P-43 is an ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map, map 2-15 and sheet 11, from Res 6, residential 6 dwelling units per gross acre, to Res 12, residential 12 dwelling units per gross acre, on approximately 34.18 acres of real property located east of Little Road, south of State Road 52, and west of Moon Lake Road, and providing for additional text amendments as necessary for internal consistency, providing for a repealer, severability, and an effective date, and this comes with a recommendation of approval.
Okay. Thank you. Any comments for staff? I do have a few comments for staff. You know, when this was approved as an MPUD, I think a lot of discussion went into it. If you look around the property on our maps, everything to the back portion of the property is all Res 1. I think this development was given a lot of density in the front where the apartments are, coming right off 52. To the back part, you're now going to have multi-story buildings to the back part, which I think for the people in that rural part of the area, I don't think planned on. I don't know, I know the notice, 'cause I drove out to the property, is in the front of the property, and I don't know what really connection they make with everybody in the back, but I really think we have enough apartments in this MPUD as it was designed, as it was set up. I don't see the need for us to go switch it back from the way it was set up with single-family homes and townhomes to just go in more apartments and more townhomes. So I'm not going to support the way this is set up.
Would you prefer to see a presentation on this one?
I would see a presentation, but, yeah.
Is it on the consent?
No,
No.
there is no consent agenda
Oh,
for
okay.
ordinances.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Ed Zodian. I'm a planner with Long Range. The matter before you is the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, CPAL 2216, Collins of Bear Creek. As Mr. Pritos noted, the property's in the central market area. It's east of Little Road, south of State Road 52, and west of Moon Lake Road. The proposal is to amend the future land use map to Res 6 from Res 12, excuse me, to Res 12 from Res 6, to allow for multifamily development containing 120 units, along with the 48 townhouse units that will remain. The resolution is to amend Flu Map 215, Sheet 11, and there is a proposed MPUD running concurrently with this matter. The following policies provide consistency with this particular comp plan amendment. The intent of Res 12 is to recognize those areas that are suited for single-family and multifamily residential development. Now, as an aside, I will tell you that the applicant had initially filed for both of these parcels to go to Res 12. They own the parcel below it as well. After we sat and negotiated, they agreed that the proposal would only be for the northern parcel. This is consistent with the transitional land use table. It's compatible with ROR and the Res 6 FLUs. The comprehensive plan amendment dealing with housing, the proposed expansion to the existing columns at Bear Creek community provides the area with a variety of housing types which would be necessary in that area. As you can see, this is the site location. This is the existing future land use. This will be the proposed future land use. The current zoning, which is MPUD, and the site flu location. And we recommend that the Board of County Commissioners approve the proposed comprehensive plan amendment and adopt the ordinance by roll call vote. Now, I'm delighted to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Yeah, if you would go to the aerial shot.
I'm sorry?
The aerial shot.
It's not in this presentation, sir.
I'll give you a picture from my agenda packet. Do you want to put it up?
Please.
Okay. So currently, the top part of the property, right where it shows Cassandra and Aphrodite, those are all apartments right now, correct?
I believe so. It's ROR. Yes, sir.
Okay, so down below is where you want to put more apartments and townhomes down below, and take out the single-family component that's already approved.
That's the proposal, yes, sir.
Okay, so next to that, and again, from up there to all the density was put up top, I think it was designed to be softened down below. Now you're going to change that, and you're going to put the multi-story apartments all the way down to the back.
Those on the bottom are still, is remaining, that what has been proposed in the current MPUD. That's not being changed. The only parcel that we're addressing is outlined in red.
And that's all I'm talking about.
Yes.
And you want to take it from, I think it was 40-something homes, single-family homes, and put in
Yes,
100-plus
sir.
apartments.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's where I'm having to struggle with it, to put more density in there.
And again, by virtue of the transitional land use, we don't think that's inappropriate in this area because of the growth.
So with Res 12 right there, around it to the southern part of where these homes are going to be, it's all Res 1. You don't think 3 land uses categories is too high?
No, because they're going to the Res 6 below it before they get to the Res 1. We do think there's a buffer with the densities.
Where is there a buffer? All right, go to your other slide.
It goes down to 6, is his point. They're leaving that as 6, and that's 12.
Where does it show that? This line here? Wait,
Oh, the cross lines and the vertical lines?
So you've got, I'm not sure why we didn't use a different color, but you've got vertical lines and you've got horizontal lines. So I think what Ed is trying to say is the piece, they're leaving a piece from the property line to the red line that will be Res 6
All right, that's Res
after
6
this
down the bottom
change.
there. That's all Res 6, remaining Res 6.
So
okay,
the
so
lower,
what's going to Res 12
Res 12.
or
is-
9 or whatever?
Res 12 is just that portion that's above it. You can see the.
Ah,
okay,
property
so to the left of that, that's Res 1 still. So you're going to have Res 12 next to Res 1.
line. Yes.
And again, to the front part where it's closer to 52, that's one thing, but as you come back, getting more to the other homes that are down back in the neighborhood, you're changing the dynamics. I mean, I think they did a good job approving this MPUD from the get-go. But,
Well, the developers are here to address any of your questions as well. But we did feel like from the ROR, the Res 12 was a transition, a compatible transitional land use. And with the growth in the area, the product was acceptable.
okay.
And may I answer any other questions?
Nope, I'm good. Commissioner Bradford?
Mr. Chair, have we had any, I know we're just starting, have we had any concerns from any of the neighborhoods? Any of the people who live in that surrounding area, I haven't been contacted by any of it.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they did, well, we can ask the applicant where they put the notices out.
Right.
But I know they had it right in front. I don't know what they had around the other neighborhoods.
For what it's worth, I've had 4 neighbors contact me, and when we explained the unit development and what was being retained, they were fine. As they understand at the MPUD stage, they may want to insert some issues about screening, but that's about it.
Shelby Fuente, I'm with the applicant with Stantec Consulting. So I do want to address the Res 1 to the west portion. So Res 12 to Res 1, then per the land use table 2-2, that is a transitional land use. The only thing, it requires special and sensitive site design, and that is something that we are taking into account for the MPUD.
may I ask a question?
Commissioner Starkey?
So if I could understand again, you're going to add 100 units? Is that what I heard?
So in total, 222 units have already been developed. There are a remaining of 168 that have not been, and we're just including an additional 48 to better round it out, just make it financially feasible to even be developing these. So MPDs do permit the blending of density. So again, to kind of reiterate, we want to see that transition of land uses. So that's why we're amending the northernmost portion to 52 to that Res 12 to blend that density. And then we do have significant wetlands on the property that kind of better buffer some of that development.
And then there'll still be some other land that can be developed that's less dense? Or are you filling out all the land?
We're going to be
That's-
filling out the land, so existing. Yes, ma'am.
So where this dotted line is, or dash line or whatever that is, below that is not going to be developed?
So that is the portion that has yet to be developed. So in the initial MPUD, then that was designated as Phase 2. So when we have already resubmitted a substantial modification to the MPUD to include that unit increase of the 48 units. So they're just being moved below.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm confused.
Yes.
So are you developing below that line or not? Because I thought you just said they're not, so I'm confused.
They're only developing, that's remaining Res 6 below that line.
So you're at the future land, this is a comp plan amendment.
Okay.
So they're asking to change the northern portion to Res 12. They're leaving Res 6 at the bottom portion.
Okay.
Where they're going to put units is going to come up in the MPUD in the next.
So we can keep
Next
them to the
approval.
north?
I don't know what their proposal is for the MPUD design. I mean, that is still your property, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a design set up yet?
Yes, sir.
Can we see it?
I would have to send something to the clerk really quick.
I mean, you know,
Jack,
today-
I got to think that this piece of land coming here on the left will probably come in one day and be developed.
On the left.
From Bob White Way and Turkey Lane.
So, Mr. Chair, tell me your concern. Tell me succinctly what your concern is.
Well, you've got an MPUD that's been approved. It's all been designed as far as that's what's going to be. So probably when this hearing was held long before, the people were told, here's what's going to come. So they're depending on what was put out there. What you're taking now is you're taking away a single-family home project that was going to be the back end of it, that was all part of a phase, and now you're being told that now it's not financially feasible. What I think they're really telling you is they can make more money on apartments. Now, I think we have enough apartments going on. I think when this was laid out many years ago, that it was laid out. And I will say, the apartments out there are nice. It's a nice community. It's a gated community, it looks good. But to go throw more density in there, I think we frankly need more single-family homes anyway in this area. There's not too many projects going around. So now you're going to change what's set up. And I don't buy the financially feasible argument because it was planned from the get-go. They made their most money doing the first part. They're just trying to maximize profit.
Can I ask a question?
Commissioner Oakley?
Right on the lower part, it looks like there's a pond there. Is that lowland or
It is a wetland, yes.
it is a wetlands?
May I clarify, make some clarifications that might help the
You
conversation?
can, yeah.
My name is Diane Chadwick. I'm also with Stantec. Based on the aerial that you're seeing now, the anticipation in our MPUD has provided a conceptual site plan. That's our application that's already been submitted. And it shows multifamily buildings ringing around the south side of that very large wetland. And then to the south of that, it transitions to townhomes. So we are making that transition as we go down to be more sensitive to the surrounding areas. And the MPUD also discusses extra buffering, fencing, and whatever to the neighbors to the west and to the east to be sensitive to them also. So that is something we are very aware of and have been working on, if that helps to clarify.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Waitman, sorry.
thank you, the voice from the
Voice
ceiling.
beyond.
Yeah,
I was looking, where is that coming from?
He's alive.
I thought about making it during picture time, throwing some jokes out there, but I held back. No, thank you. So, based on, ma'am, what I just heard, we're going to lose more single-family product based on what you just described if this project's approved as is. So the single-family product that's to the south, you say is going to be transitioned into townhomes and more multifamily?
To townhomes, yes. It would be multifamily transitioning to townhomes, which are often called single-family attached units.
Well, to be clear, it says you've right now going to take 48 single-family detached units to 120 multifamily units with the 48 townhomes already
That's
approved.
correct.
So to be clear, it's going from, the difference is 48 single-family detached units are going to go away, and you're going to get 120 multifamily units in its place.
Yes.
Commissioner
Question.
Stark.
That's the clarification I was looking for. Thank you.
And how many units total will be in this development?
390. yeah.
So how are you complying with, how will you be complying with our county rule that you can, have to have more than one entrance?
That is something we're going to be working with your staff on.
guess that's a site
The
plan.
site is, only has one point of contact anywhere. We will be working with the fire districts and whatever for that. The road system will ring around that big wetland so that there is good circulation within the project for that very reason.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Bradford.
you don't have that done yet? When you said
We
we're
have the
working
site plan done, yes.
with the roads on it?
The roads are shown, and that's in the MPUD package. That will be coming before you, assuming we're approved today, it would be coming before you in April or May.
And what we have discussed with staff, let me see. So this right here is an existing point of entry. During our pre-application and discussions with staff, then we are extending Athena Boulevard down and around to connect that, to add that extra point of contact.
Okay.
But still only one way out to 52.
Correct.
All right. When you first submitted this plan with the MPD, you put a site plan together in total, didn't you?
Yes,
Do you have that as well?
yes, yes. It's a conceptual yield plan.
From the initial one, when this was approved years ago?
Yes.
All right. I mean, it used to be we'd have MPUDs coming in. You had the MPUD coming in for the land plan, and then you'd have the documents for the
We have one
zoning
of
as
those
well.
coming in here.
And that's the way that's the way they used to do it. Why we break it away, I don't know. But now we're doing a change, and I don't have to see what was shown to the people before, or the commission before, when it was approved, how it was laid out.
Are you asking, just to clarify, why the MPUD is not being heard at this time with the conditional, with the, they don't have to be done that way.
No, they don't have to be. That's how they used to be
Just to
done.
help the applicant speed along their process. That's a timing issue. They could submit the MPUD.
Right, but I can't see
Never.
where the flow is, but again, this MPUD was approved from before with what they have asked for. Now, we're going to put a push in for more density, and frankly, I won't say 52 is clogged up like 54, but anybody who drives that 52-41 intersection, do we need more traffic right there right now?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'm going to remind you all again, this is a comprehensive plan hearing. The analysis is supposed to be whether Res 12 is appropriate for this site. This is not a PD comp plan amendment. This is a straight Res 12. And so if it's compatible, it may not be, it may be. I'm not weighing in on that. But the questions you're asking are all about the site planning portion of this, which is not is not a hearing that is before you today.
Well, again, as I see this butting up next to Res 1, my feelings is the same.
Commissioner.
Commissioner Starkey.
Well, first of all, I just dropped a pin on 52, and I'm very frustrated to see we have a vehicle storage facility on 52 with the landscaping on the inside of the fence, yet again. I don't know why we want to let the boats have the beauty of the landscaping. That's crazy. When I look at the surrounding area, I mean, I see it's next to a mobile home park, and looks like a lot of trailers in that area, maybe. And so I'm not sure that just thinking of the return on the investment for the county, I'm not sure we're going to get homes there that are above $350,000 value in that market right there. And I'm wondering, So the townhomes, are they gonna be fee simple?
We don't know that yet. They could be.
Well,
That is an option.
I'm just wondering, tax-wise, which is better for us? My concern was that they weren't gonna have another exit, and then that, I don't know how they could put anything more, but if they're working on that, I'm feeling a little more comfortable, like, I don't think it's such a bad transition for the community there.
If you look to where the apartments are up above,
Yeah,
they abut right next to the mobile home.
yeah, I see that.
The wetland that's over to the side is right to where the other part is. This other part was supposed to be a quieter thing with single family that abuts up to, if you look down at
Trailer.
Pomelo Court, Burnwood, Jacamar,
Yeah, those-
Wildcat, those are like huge lots. And I think it was originally set to go that way. So it's a lot quieter to the back part as the thing was first set up.
I don't know what that community is on Jacamar, but
That part of Golden Acres?
no, they wouldn't allow that, what I'm seeing from the air there, there's a lot of issues there.
Okay,
Is
well,
that-
so Wildcat is.
Okay. I don't know. I didn't have anyone come, I don't think I met with anybody on this, so.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
again, I want to get you back on course. This is the time for the applicant's presentation if they want to make one. And then you need to do public comment, and then you can have all the dialogue you wish.
Okay.
We did not make a formal presentation for this because we felt like that with your staff report and the concurrence with your staff, that this was a positive move, that we would just answer questions, which we've been doing.
Would you want to come back and do a presentation?
We could if that's the desire of the board.
Residents Commissioner shaking his head yes.
Yeah, let's do that. I want all the facts in front of me. I'm kind of Tony Road a pony. I don't want to guess. I want to see it. I want to verify it. I have great faith in our staff, but I think these decisions are part of our job. And so if you could arrange that, that would be very helpful for me.
If I could make the suggestion, we are willing to postpone this portion of the hearing and make it dovetail with the MPUD application, so that you would see both of those at the same time.
We're fine with that.
If you would,
That's a
if
good
that
idea.
would be more amenable to you, we're willing to do that.
Okay. That sounds good. Do we need to take any public comment, or just, if we continue, we're okay to just continue?
I think I would take public comment and,
Okay.
well, just so that we get everything out on the record, and maybe that'll help them with
Okay.
designing the MPUD rather than
Yeah.
getting it for the first time.
How much time do you need to come back, would you say?
Well, our MPUD was tentatively scheduled for what date? April, May? April 20th was before the Planning Commission.
Okay.
And then May, something, sometime, whatever your May hearing is, for you to see that. So I would say we'll just have to, let's re-advertise this portion of the hearing along with the MPUD advertising. And it'll be continued, but I think re-advertising for your portion of the comprehensive plan amendment is appropriate.
So we'll continue within time uncertain?
I think that, Jeff, is that correct? What you think is best?
Yeah, this was a small scale. Yeah, that's probably
Yeah.
the best.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we're only tentatively set for that planning board
Okay.
and county commission on the MPUD. So we're still working out conditions with the staff. So
Okay.
just in case it runs
All right.
a month behind, I'd
We
rather
appreciate-
do it uncertain.
All right. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So does anyone from the public want to comment on this item?
Mr. Chair, I have no one signed up and no one on WebEx for this item.
Okay. And seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Commissioner Bradford? You make a motion?
Yeah, I make a motion.
It would be, you'd move to continue it to a time uncertain to be re-advertised.
That's exactly what I said.
I'll second what he said. I'll second what he
We have a
said.
motion and a second. Roll call vote?
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Okay. Item P-43,
P-44?
44, sorry.
44, that was 43.
Item P-44 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on March 1st, 2023.
Is this mine or yours? This is yours.
That's mine.
Good afternoon, Amy Heiler with Long Range Planning. The item that you are going, the presentation for the item today is going to be for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. This is the adoption hearing for CPAS 2207, State Road 54, Black Lake Road. And I will read the ordinance into record. An ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map, map 2-15 and sheet 19, from Res 3, residential 3 dwelling units per gross acre, to PD plan development on approximately 33.72 acres of real property located on the south side of State Road 54 at the southwest intersection of State Road 54 and Black Lake Road, and a text amendment creating subarea policy FLU 7.1.69, SR 54 Black Lake PD, and a map amendment to the future land use map 2-9, adding subarea map 2-969, SR 54 Black Lake PD, providing for additional text amendments as necessary for internal consistency, and providing for repeal or severability and an effective date. And the subject property is located in the South Market area and the urban service area. The proposal is a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment to change the future land use designation from Res 3, residential 3 dwelling units per gross acre, to PD plan development on approximately 33 acres to allow for the development of 135,000 square feet of retail commercial office uses, as well as a 250-room hotel. As previously stated, it's located on the south side of State Road 54 at the southwest intersection of State Road 54 and Black Lake Road. And the resolution to the applicant's proposal is a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map 2-15 and sheet 19, a text amendment creating subarea policy FLU 7.1.69, and a map amendment to the future land use map 2-9, adding subarea map 2-969. There is also a rezoning petition to MPUD following after this presentation. These are the policies that the proposed comprehensive plan is supported and consistent with. Here is your existing zoning, the existing future land use of Res 3, the proposed future land use of PD, and this is the proposed conceptual plan for the planned development. As you can see, on the west side, that's where the commercial retail hotel uses are proposed, and on the east side of Black Lake, that's where the commercial retail is located. I'm going to give them a minute to take a look.
Can I ask a question? What are you saying this is supposed to be right here?
Commercial retail uses
Commercial retail, and that's where the hotel's going to go?
proposed.
Sir, we can't have this discussion. You'll have public comment.
See what's going on.
And that's the end of the presentation. So with that, we do recommend that the Board of County Commissioners find the proposed amendment consistent with the comprehensive plan and adopt by roll call vote. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Amy? Mr. Starkey?
Okay, well, here comes the applicant, but maybe we'll let the applicant do her presentation, and then I'll share with you, and maybe she'll share a little bit of the work that we've done on this. So, of course, this is the comp plan, and then we're going to go to the site plan, but it's right after, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so, are you okay?
I am, I guess. For some reason, I thought this was county initiated.
Oh, no, that's the Odessa
That's the
Town Center. I at first thought that was this too,
Sorry.
forgetting. I was so excited that maybe that was it, but I don't think we're there yet. Yeah,
That's transmittal, okay.
but
Never
good
mind.
stuff coming to
Sorry.
my district, that's all I can
All
say.
right,
Chair.
we'll let the applicant go.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Barbara Wilhite, 6327 Grand Boulevard. Very happy to represent this project. We're going from residential land use to a commercial, a land use that allows commercial and hotel. fits all the policies, all the things that you ask us to do and to bring forward to you. We are at 2 signalized intersections on State Road 54. We spent many, many, many months working with the District Commissioner Starkey and your planning director and really laying out this property because it's narrow, but they really wanted it to orient to what's going on in Astoria as well as what we can do on this property, and make sure we had more than one use, so we'd have a hotel use as well as commercial retail, which also can be office. So my client is here, as well as our traffic consultant, Steve Henry. We can see what public comment brings, but all I can just add to what the staff has already presented is that this is what you have asked, and this is what your comp plan has asked us to bring forward. We also brought forward the MPUD at the same time. We get asked about that a lot. So we have both the comp plan before you today and the MPUD.
Mr. Starkey?
I'm going to suggest that we just go ahead and roll into the MPUD because we're going to get comments that are probably, I feel like we should understand what's coming in here. And what do you think of her going ahead and doing the? Well, no, you'll have opportunity to speak twice, but you can't do that from there. Just so it's kind of like what we just asked the other applicant to do, so.
You don't have to be so rude.
Ma'am,
You are the
ma'am,
most rudest person I've ever met.
ma'am, please.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm sorry, but she is my commissioner, and she has never
I know, but ma'am, this is a public hearing.
answered any of my.
You'll have your opportunity of public comment, ma'am, please.
What do you think of hearing the MPUD, or you want to go with the comp plan first?
I think we should do the
Oh,
comp plan
fine.
first. I think you should do your best. If that's your whole presentation, the comp plan, so be it. Then we'll take public comment for the comp plan, and then I think we can go right to the MPUD.
Okay, well, I'll save my comments then for the MPUD.
Okay. All right. Applicants all done? Okay, so we're going to do public comment now for item P-44. After that, we'll be hearing the MPUD. Will be more details to it, but is anyone signed up for P-44?
I do not have anyone signed up for P-44, but there are individuals signed up for P-45.
Okay. So to be clear, P-44 is the comprehensive land use plan for the same property that will be P-45. So if you want to talk about the ordinance for the comprehensive plan and want to talk about P-44, you can come forward for that first. After that, we'll have the presentation for the MPUD for P-45.
My name is Sharon Sukil. I live on Chesapeake Drive, 2007 Chesapeake Drive. My property is right next to the property that is the park. Okay, there's supposed to be a right-of-way in between my property and the park. Okay, I've lived on that property for 22 years now. I worked for this county for 9.5 years. I was very proud to work for this county. I worked for the IT department, and we had a very good rapport. Okay, now I see what's happening to my neighborhood. I've been retired for 10 years, and I'm seeing what's happening, and I am ashamed of this county. I see people getting hit by cars trying to walk to our park. We have a beautiful park, but we can't get to it because we can get killed by all the vehicles going up and down the street. They start at Black Lake, and they see how fast they can get till they get to the park. 70 miles an hour. Okay, nobody has been listening to me. I've been asking for a boardwalk to go in from the end of the road, from the end of my property to the park, which is in front of the woods, just woods. You have a boardwalk in that park that you advertise as a nature walk. You can have a nature walk walking to the park. You can get bit just as many times, too. You can get thrown into the gully that's along our road, on both sides, I might say. We don't even have a pullover lane. And you want to add more traffic, more commercial stuff to our tiny little piece that you won't even help us repair and keep beautiful. We can't even use bathrooms at our park. There's nothing. There is nothing at a park. And you want to put up more commercial? I'm sick of it. We don't have any vibrant places left. We don't have any open spaces left because you're cementing them all in, and you wonder why the globe is warming. I have nothing more to say, except I am disgusted by the people that run this county now. Thank you.
Quiet, please. There's no one else signed up?
No, but I don't know if that,
Anyone else want to address P-44?
Because it's not showing up.
Am I allowed to speak?
Yes, name and address for the record.
My name's Stephen Olseth. I live in Pasco County. I have a lot of questions
Your
about this.
your address?
I'm sorry?
Your address?
14643 Bluestone Lane.
Thank you.
My wife told me about this hearing was happening because she found out about it on Facebook last night at 10 o'clock at night. Okay? There are no public hearing announcement signages in our neighborhood or anywhere around there I found out about this on Facebook. Okay? I don't see anybody from my neighborhood here. I apparently... Hi, guys. How you doing? How are you supposed to do this behind everybody's backs? Why aren't the signs up? I ask you guys to postpone this until you make a public announcement that hearing is going to happen and reschedule it for another day. I'm outraged.
name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stern Summers, and my address is 14612 Black Lake Road. My wife Lori is with me here. We've lived and owned this property since 2001. We bought the property when it was 54. The county decided to move 54 away from us and put it where it's at right now and take our commercial property away from us back then. We lost thousands of dollars then.
We had a gift shop.
We had a gift shop there. We have never had flooding in our neighborhood, and the proposed plan from what was shown on Thursday last week, or when the last hearing was, is that it's gonna flood our area. We're gonna put us in a flood zone.
That's right.
That's ridiculous. It's insane. There isn't anybody in our neighborhood that's millionaires that can afford extra insurance or extra potential problems with their property for repairs, anything like that. And if they're gonna go through with this, there needs to be a slush fund put up for us and protecting us. Black Lake Road is not a major business road. The entrances going into these properties are mostly coming off of Black Lake Road. We're a residential community mostly there. We don't need the extra traffic. We don't want the extra traffic. This was never posted. I live there, I drive around that whole area every single day going to and from work, and there has never been a sign saying that this was happening. There's a very few people, maybe 20, that knew or had any kind of a letter saying that this was gonna happen, and we happen to be one of them. It is unreasonable to flood, put in our whole area into a flood zone, all the way down Chesapeake, all the way over to east of us, past our neighborhoods, and south past Geneva Lake. Nobody has told us about any of this. And if you guys approve this, you're not even thinking about the people who live there now and how we feel and how it's going to affect us.
And why so many hotel rooms? 250 in that small area?
Ma'am, you'll get your opportunity if you want to speak, but one at a time.
So there's 250 hotel rooms put in. The hotels around us don't even come near that. Why do we need 250 rooms? So that they can sneak it in later, like this other community they talked about earlier, and try to change it to condos or apartments later on down the road? Are we serious? There's not enough. That area over there has been saved for agricultural. And I don't even remember a sign going up saying it was changed from agricultural to residential. When did that happen? We've been here 23 years, and we never knew that happened. That was farmland. And we've known it as farmland up till now. It's just.
Oh, yeah.
And what about, has there been a road study for traffic and how it's going to affect us? I don't think so. I don't ever see no ropes going across the road measuring how many people are going up down that road now and how fast they're going. I mean, they're going 70 miles an hour down Black Lake Road now.
That's right.
Come on. You got to start looking at the people who are in these communities and how it affects them, and not going
Your time's up, sir.
taking care of people who have the money.
Thank you.
Your wife can speak if she wants.
What?
You could
can have
speak,
3
you could
minutes.
speak if you wanted,
I
3
think
minutes.
he covered everything. I mean, my name's Lori Summers. I live at 14612 Black Lake Road as well. Now, if there's an accident on State Road 54 and they use Black Lake as the road to get out of the accident area, it turns into a parking lot now. And you're gonna have 3 entrances on Black Lake that will enter the hotel, enter the commercial, and then on the end where the cell tower used to be. It's gonna turn into a parking lot. It's already a parking lot now. It's a small road, and like my husband said, State Road 54 was moved and straightened out better because there's so many curves on Black Lake. How do you expect all these businesses to have people coming in and out safely on a road that you wouldn't use before as the state road to widen it? So we that live there, it's a huge concern. There's gonna be accident after accident. When you try to pull out on that curve, you can't see people that well, and if they're coming fast, are you gonna put speed bumps on? Are you gonna do a Black Lake study? Because if you surveyed anything for this property, you did 54. You didn't do anything on the Black Lake side. So it is a huge concern, and what's gonna happen when there's a flood? I believe, I was here at the meeting, and I was shocked that this was all done, because I thought it was like changing the zoning. I didn't know it was gonna be that huge of a zoning change. So when I came here, I was shocked to see that the flooding's gonna change. So if it is a flooding area and it floods all the way to 54, Gun, all the way over to Ogden Loop, please tell me how the people that live on Geneva and Black Lake are gonna get out when we're flooded in now. So again, we've been here since 2001, and our heart and soul is in that area, as well as the other neighbors that weren't notified. I've only had since Thursday to Sunday to tell people, and some of these people that said they found it out on Facebook, that's true. I told the lake associations, I was telling anyone I could, because they weren't even notified, and there was never, ever any signs. When we did a garage, we had to put up a sign for 30 days saying we were putting up a garage. Where were their signs? They're putting up a 250-room hotel and a commercial strip, 2 restaurants and another commercial strip, and no notification? I'm disgusted with that as well, so thank you for hearing us.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sorry, I'm unprepared. I just found out about the meeting yesterday. I just moved to...
Name and address for the record.
Yes, Irene Koulianos, 14402 Waterloo Road.
Thank you.
And it's a very beautiful area, and the reason I left Tarpon Springs was to get away from the flood zones. My home is not in the flood zone right now, and I am very concerned for the news that this might be turning into a flood area. So I don't know what we need to do to address that. That would be number 1. And number 2, 250-room hotel. Right now, I fear for my life when I take my bike on Chesapeake. There's no sidewalk. So I can't imagine the issues that we're going to be facing if the county doesn't address some of the basics. Also, I went around to my sweet neighbors. No one knew about this. So perhaps we can readdress letting proper notification for something as big as this. Thank you.
I'm Ben Mercadante at 1561 Rowan Drive. I've lived in Four Lake Estates since the 80s and have been a part of the Lake Association for a few decades now. All these lakes are connected, and we're concerned about the impacts that this might have. And of course, as everybody has already said, no one's been aware of this development change. So I don't know how we went from a residential to a C2. There are rules about this, and I hope this comprehensive change is being justified and looked at, because there's a lot of people that this is going to impact. So I hope you guys do your homework and look at this a little bit more thoroughly. And really, this neighborhood really needs to be addressed about what's going on here. I never saw any signs either. I don't know what that's about, but that's why a lot of us are not that prepared, because we just found out about this. And, this is a big change. Some of us have lived there for many decades, and this is going to impact us on lots of different ways, and you've heard a lot of them already. So I do hope you do more homework. This gets put off and studied and looked at a lot closer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Barry Jackson. My address that I'm here to speak about today is 14530 Waterloo Road. But I currently own well over $1 million worth of real estate in Pasco County. This one's my primary, so as you can imagine, this one hits home. I'm also the president of the association he just referenced because I started asking questions a few years ago. And my questions are if I can ask questions along the way. So this is currently residential, and by my math, it's 33 acres, and it's approved for 3 houses per, so that's about 100 homes could be built there? Is that current? Is that right? If it's 30?
Public comment, we don't have discussion, but we'll address it later on.
Okay.
So if you can ask your question, but just.
And the reason I asked that is being the person that manages our funds for maintaining our waterways, which as they've said, we're well over 100 acres, and I'm the person that allocates our funds. Well, because of the development, and it's been directly reported.
100 acres or 100 homes?
Acres of water.
Okay.
With the lakes, all of the lakes and the canals,
I
that's
just
what
thought
we,
you
yeah.
misspoke.
So we have over 100 acres of that I'm responsible for pooling all of our funds and taking care of. And through this process, I've been educated from geologists and biologists and as such, and directly related to a lot of the development in our area, the Asturia and the other. It's created some challenges for us that we have to foot the bill for, to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars in the last 24 months, which is more than what was spent in the last 20 years. And so it's not really going to be sustainable for the 150 homes that have to take care of that. So what consideration, if this remains as residential and you could put 100 homes, that almost seems to be the more evil of the two, right, when we're looking at this. So I wanted to know what levels of consideration and/or efforts can be put forth and/or language in your approved plans. Would we be able to put into this to maybe make some type of financial responsibility if we see elevated levels, and we have data that show where all of our levels are in all of our water, we collect it quarterly, and if we see a spike that is going to continue to have us spend tens of thousands of dollars a year to try to manage just so we can use, could we pass some of that responsibility on to the approved plan of such? That would be my primary question. Obviously, living here and having kids, what additional constraints or resources can we put to address some of the problems that they're putting in? Because, Black Lake, that's tough. I'm sure we're going to see a red light there. Egress, regress of all of that, as well as making it more pedestrian friendly in that area. Because right now, as she said, my kids have been run off that road once or twice by people speeding, which I know isn't really your problem, but we're creating an environment that can perpetuate that, right? So that would be my questions: is what level of effort can we put into addressing the challenges we're already experiencing and how they're going to be exacerbated? Because I can show the data from us, what we're doing and what we have, where our levels are now, and when we see an increase, would we be able to put some language in that makes whatever you approve share in that responsibility?
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you,
guys.
sir.
Thanks for what you do.
Thank you. Sir, you spoke to this one. You can wait till the next one to speak.
We can speak on the same topics.
You can talk however you want, but it'll be on the P-45, but right now it's just P-44.
I haven't had a chance, I just got this, I haven't had a chance to read this. I don't know
Okay.
what the next topic is. I want to address the flood zone.
You'll be able to address that at the next one coming.
My name's LaRue Terry. I live at 14544 Sandra Drive. We do not need another hotel in our area. There's 2 hotels now 2.8 miles from this property. If you take Highway 54 from 19 to 41, you will see strip malls that have 4 lease signs out. They are not all occupied. The property should remain as agricultural. Where are we going to put the cows and the crops? People have to eat, whether they have a hotel room or not. They have to eat. agricultural property is going to be extremely valuable, much more than commercial. If the rezoning meeting, in the last rezoning meeting, I asked about the Swift Mud study, and Mr. Fraser did call me yesterday and stating, no, it has not been completed. I asked about the environmental study. That was never even addressed in the last meeting. I don't understand why there's not a traffic study, because the traffic is ferocious right now. No rezoning signs were ever posted. We understand that the Ethics Committee has asked us that if the rezoning does go through, we are to contact them because there was no rezoning signs. And I do have signed petitions. Be glad to give them to you.
Move to
by
receive
many
and file.
people. Second. Pardon me?
You can give those petitions.
Okay.
And I'm going to do a roll call vote real quick.
I have copies. You have all the originals.
Ma'am, just,
Across from the hotel, we have a stage company, which has very large semis. We have an excavating company, which has large equipment. I mean, is that really the view that they want to see from a hotel? Or you could look at a 6-lane highway. Thank you for your time. I'll get you the petitions.
okay, thank you. And we'll roll call vote for the petitions?
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Thank you. Next speaker. Is anyone else to speak to this item? Please line up behind this gentleman.
Corey Katz, 14820 Geneva Drive. Just come to also point out the fact that signage noticing was not there, and I think the community as a whole needs a little more time to get some information on this and have a chance to have our voice heard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's it for public comment for this item. All right, no one on WebEx?
No one on WebEx.
All right, so before we go further to hear the next item, clearly you've heard everyone say they haven't seen a sign out there. I don't know if the applicant wants to address it, or staff had seen him or put him out there, or,
So I
Mr.
did
Chair.
email Amy Heiler, Long Range Planning. I did email Desiree the affidavit of public noticing. It was mailed out within 500 feet of the subject property to a little over 70 people. Some of the addresses, I did cross-reference them. They're within about 2,000 feet of the subject property, which is probably why they didn't receive noticing. There is affidavit and proof of the sign in front of the site as well.
And I did listen to the planning commission meeting, maybe some of you all did too, and there were people at the planning commission meeting. So it was, I'm sure Barb will show you the pictures, but they did have the
So-
sign out.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Bradford.
thank you. So,
Quiet, please.
so,
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Commissioner Bradford.
thank you, Chair. Barbara, it's very simple from my point of view. In your opinion, were your signs that you represent this client, were they posted properly?
Posted in requirement, with the requirements of Land Development Code. We posted pursuant to the requirements of the Land Development Code. We sent out the letters pursuant to the Land Development Code
Where were the signs posted, if I could ask?
on 54,
Nothing on Black Lake Road.
on State Road 54. That's our main entrance, that's our main access.
Okay. I'm gonna say that I think we should look to continue this. Let's get signs out on both sides of the street, bring it back again, where at least the people get a chance to look at this ahead of time.
Well, Barbara, you
We
have
can answer
one.
all of their questions. I mean, what, would you like us to
Yes.
answer their questions? I mean, at the end of the
Yes, I
day,
would.
you heard the same themes.
I did.
And you can have more people and you'll hear the same themes. So I think we should talk about the items that you did hear and hear our rebuttal and our answer to those items.
I kind of,
Because there's a lot of misinformation.
there was.
Because that's what happens on social media,
Yes.
is you get misinformation spread. So maybe we can straighten out some of that misinformation, then you all can decide where you're at.
Well, I really, I think we maybe have to change our code, frankly. Because if the people on the backside of this property, where I hear there's entrances coming in, which I don't know yet, haven't seen it, as far as descriptions go, but if all these people didn't know about this and we just had signs in 54, maybe we need to relook at our code, how we're setting it up. Because clearly the whole item to this public hearing process to let people know what's coming on, to get them in before you. Now, clearly, just putting on 54, these people are probably turning right or left into it before they get to the sign. They're not going to see the sign. So the very people it's affecting never get to see it, from what I'm seeing.
Be very happy to comply with whatever noticing the code requires. That's what I do. We do it noticing all the time. But again, we can respond to all of these comments. There's a lot of misinformation. So we'd like to have our opportunity to respond.
I will give you that opportunity.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Commissioner Oakley.
you find this happening in other projects too, when they only are required to notice people or send out letters to people within 500 feet of a property. And there's a lot of people that get left out on those letters that are interested, but they're not within 500 feet. So that happens all over the county. So maybe we need to revisit how we send out those notices in the future, that it would cover more people, I guess.
I think in the committee reports today, we're going to have that
Yeah.
discussion. Okay.
Can-
I tell you, because of everybody here, I think we should let the applicant talk.
Yeah.
Let it present, and we can
I
decide
agree.
on question and answer from there what to do.
Yeah, and I agree. I think, and I don't know what the parameters should be, but I think we should put signs on both sides. So that's something we need to look at. But I do agree with Barbara that she needs to, that there were a lot of things said that she may be able to clear up. And so rather than let it grow on social media with some incorrect statements, I think we need to let Barbara speak. So thank you.
I agree.
And the two main things, I'd like to have my client address the drainage. There was some confusion at Planning Commission. I think that's, people picked up on that and ran with that. So I want to do that, as well as our traffic consultant is here. We do all the studies that are required, cultural resource, an environmental study. We also have to do the traffic studies, and all those things were done for this property. So let me start with having Kevin come up and tell you about the drainage for this property, because it's pretty black and white, and he can explain that to you and to the folks here and get that cleared up.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Frazier with Axiom Real Estate, address 3715 Northside Parkway, Suite 4-515, Atlanta, Georgia. Pardon me. Thank you for everybody's time. We did have questions at the Planning Commission hearing, most notably on the potential for flooding. And there was a diagram that was pulled up on the screen that I think is the genesis of a lot of the speakers, in terms of their being concerned that we're actually causing a floodplain or causing their homes to then fall into a flood zone. That map is an existing map of flood events. That is not a FEMA flood zone map. We will be required, as a condition of our permitting, both with the county, with SwiftMud, and with FDOT, that when we design and construct this site, that we cannot create an adverse event south of us. We cannot cause flooding to the properties to the south. So I will categorically state we are not putting any homes into a floodplain that are not already in a flood zone today. The standard that we're going to have to design, because the outflow of Black Lake itself flows north to Highway 54. In fact, there's a concrete flume that you can see today where that outflow occurs. And we will be designing to the FDOT standard, which I'll add ensures, one, that all of the water flow from our site will flow north, not south, into the neighborhoods. It is true.
Please don't speak from the audience.
That is a requirement in order for us to obtain permitting, as you all know. The FDOT standard, I'll also add, is much more arduous than the county standard and the SwiftMud standard. We are required to adhere to what's called the critical storm duration. The county and SwiftMud only require a design to a 25-year event or a 24-hour event. The FDOT standard requires that I design to a 100-year storm event and a 10-day volume event. So it's substantially higher in terms of the threshold that I have to meet in my design to ensure that no flooding occurs south of our property as a result of our project. And again, all of our retaining ponds will retain on site. All the offlow or outflow from those ponds will flow north to State Road 54. And again, will have to be designed to the Florida Department of Transportation standard. So again, the map that was shown, that was not a map that was taking into consideration anything that I'm proposing to do on site. That is just a flooding event that has been observed over the years of what's happening out there. We, again, will be designing to ensure that any flow from our property that is generated is going to flow north to State Road 54, and that's going to be a requirement by law. They will not give me a permit unless I design it to that standard. And I'm sorry, what was the other question?
Was it traffic, or would that be?
The traffic question, we had to perform what's called a traffic methodology as a stipulation of our submittal to the county for the zoning. That is public information. It is with the county. That report has been done in its entirety. It is finished. As a result of that report, I have to install improvements to ensure that the traffic generated from my property, again, similar to the situation with respect to the flooding, does not create an adverse impact on the surrounding properties. We're going to have to install decel lanes to ensure the safe navigation of cars heading east and west on Black Lake Road. We're having to do the same thing for the entrances on State Road 54. What I'd also add is the lion's share of the consumer traffic that we will be pulling in is going to be coming off of State Road 54. We're going to have 3 points of ingress and egress, 2 traffic lights, the ability for people to actually turn into our project from 54 and then exit back onto 54 without ever going onto Black Lake Road itself. But we still understand that we're going to be pulling in some traffic from the south. I hope the neighbors that are here today will get to enjoy some of the new uses that we're going to be bringing into the market, but allowing them to enter the property without having to go on to 54 and enter the intense speed zone that 54 obviously creates. So again, this is being designed in an effort to get cars onto and off of the property as quickly and efficiently as possible. The county is also going to take into consideration that traffic methodology report, and they're going to impose improvements on me that I'm going to have to install again to ensure that there is no adverse impact created, and that will all be done on my dime. In addition, we also had to perform what's called a species survey, as well as a historical preservation survey, again, requirements of the county. All of those have been done and have been submitted. And with respect to SwiftMud, there was actually not a SwiftMud report required. We do have to get a permit from SwiftMud. We did what's called a wetlands delineation, which is what I shared with Ms. Terry. And in addition, they'll be one of the 3 governing jurisdictions that obviously has a say over when we go through permitting on this project. So we've done every reporting standard required of us by the county with respect to traffic, with respect to delineation of wetlands, historical preservation, and species surveys.
Mr. Stark?
Yeah, so, well, I'm just thinking if this is Res 3 and they had X amount of homes, which generates more traffic? Homes or businesses? Because this land is going to be developed. And I appreciate the woman who talked about the importance of ag land, and I agree. I think it's really important that, you know, this country keeps ag land. We heard Commissioner Simpson speak about that when we were up in Tallahassee. But as a former cattle rancher, this is not the place to put cattle. They get out on State Road 54, someone's going to die. We've seen it happen. No one would ever. This is not a good place for ag, and this land will be developed. This landowner has the rights for it to be developed. So then our responsibility is, what can we put here that is a benefit to the community and not negative for the community? I do want to say my in-laws used to live down on Point Ann, and so I've driven Chesapeake many times, and I used to, when I first started dating my husband, there were 2 restaurants in West Pasco, Pit Boss and Renado's. And I'm sure all of y'all remember, no, Renado's, no.
That's right, Pit Boss.
Actually, Renado's just moved into my neighborhood, but Renado's used to be on that corner, and to me, it's kind of sad to see what's happened to that corner. I'm not even sure that's legal with all that stuff on there, but I'm going to agree and give you a little history. Sorry, I'm going to wax on here for a second. When they were speaking about that park, Now, this was before I was here, but Pasco County did a referendum, I think in the 70s or 80s, for parks. And Odessa was supposed to get a regional park. And they ran out of money before they got to the Odessa Park. And so what they have now is a community park. And it's like the forgotten park in this county. And I'm kind of interested when they said the restrooms weren't working, so I'm going to find out what that's all about. But, and Chesapeake would greatly benefit from a sidewalk. So we need to get that on the county list. But I just want to give that little context to this area, so, okay.
Can I add one more?
Sure.
One more thing. With respect to self-containing on site, I think there was some concern from the community to the south, the gentleman that got up and spoke about the lake, that there would be some adverse impact for water on my site coming off that site and then thus contaminating their lake. That is not going to happen. Everything will be self-contained in our detention ponds. Those ponds will outflow north into Highway 54. So again, ensuring that everything is self-contained and there's not going to be any flows of water from my property south into the neighborhoods or into that lake.
And so the comp plan, Steve, you got up to speak. Did you want to speak about traffic?
Well, Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. So as far as the traffic study, so just so you know that what we did as far as the traffic, we had a needs assessment that was done for the comp plan, which is a requirement of your code. And then in addition to that, for the zoning, we then had a timing and phasing and access management analysis done. Both were submitted to the public record. Both were reviewed by your staff. Now, as far as the access for the project, real quick, explain to you. So one of the first access is to Lake Point Parkway. So that one is a signal that was recently put in. We actually designed that signal, and it was designed to add the fourth leg to that intersection for this project. So this project will connect directly to a signal on 54 at Lake Point Parkway. In addition to that, we've got 2 right-in, right-out accesses to 54. We've already met with DOT. We've had a pre-app with DOT, and they're okay with the additional 2 right-in, right-outs to 54. And in addition, we've got the signal at Black Lake. So the reality is, as indicated, the majority of the traffic is going to be oriented to 54, which is the main highway. Will we have access to the rear? Yes, but the primary traffic will be from 54 through the signals that are there and through the direct access to 54 that is there. So unless you've got any questions.
Another context that I want to put for all of you in this area, and if you could get rid of Seth and, and put up the aerial map. And here's some other context too. So Black Lake Road used to be a DOT road until recently when they realized, I think maybe when you guys started working on this, they realized, whoops, that one needed to go back to the county. I don't know if we could store those credits for County Line Road or something, Jack, but we took over the maintenance of Black Lake Road in this last year. I believe it was this last year. So if you look here, I just want you to see what's around it. So across the street is, remind me the name of that project of the people from Atlanta? Astoria, and that's that industrial facility that we gave money, pads to pours there on Lake Point. Then you have PAW, that's that landfill or whatever that is that, they're leaving there, and we don't know what that's going to be, I don't think. Okay, I don't want to see this one. I want to see the real map because I want to be looking even further north. And to Lake Point and Rangeland. And why that road there and that hotel will probably be a very, very successful hotel. To the north, there you see Starkey Ranch to the left, and you see Rangeland Boulevard coming. That's Tower or Rangeland. It's going to go all the way to the Suncoast and over. And that's that property that we own that the school district bought a part of and where the youth sports complex was going. That hotel's in walking distance of that property. And that will be a pedestrian corridor when we finish out Lake Point to access whatever. Y'all cannot speak from there, and we have 2 bailiffs here, and it's very disruptive to us. We did not interrupt you when you were speaking to us. So, so that will be a kind of a pedestrian, interesting corridor as it goes to the north. So, just to give you a little context of the area where this is. Okay.
I would just add.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Waitman.
could y'all zoom in and help me understand where this park is?
It's down
Zoom in on
Chesapeake to
it.
the staff. If you move this north, you'll see that right there. It has a softball field, a tennis court, and a little community house that's been there for a long time. And there are no sidewalks on that road.
Yeah, I agree with you, Commissioner Starkey, about
Is there
pedestrian safety
down
and
Chesapeake?
sidewalks in this area.
Yeah, I don't think there is.
Well, I
Yeah.
can,
So what's the distance, approximate distance from where this project is to this park?
Well,
I did measure it earlier. It's approximately 2,500 feet. Amy Heiler, Long Range.
but, well, I'll let you answer.
so one thing I want to point out is just look at the land use. And I don't know if you can put the land use map back up that staff had, or just put the land use layer on, which you have up there on Pasco Mapper. But what you'll find is this property is Res 3, and it's Res 3 for a reason, because you designated that in 1990, when I was graduating from college. And you just never updated your comp plan. So when 54 became the new 54, you had Res 3 in between, but you never updated your comp plan. So I'm hoping sometime you'll update your comp plan so that we don't have 30-year-old comp plan and we have these issues when we have these public hearings because your comp plan is just old. This would have never been designated like this, Res 3, next to 54. And the reason I know that is because when you look to the south on Black Lake, there's a bunch of ROR and C2. That used to be the state road. When the comp plan came in, the comp plan knew 30 years ago that you do these types of uses. You do the retail, you do the office, you do the hotels on the state road. So this is just an issue of your comp plan not catching up, and now we have to come in here one by one and irritate people to get your comp plan consistent with all of your plans. Urban service area, arterial roadway, 2 signalized intersections, South Market area, prioritizing this type of development, requesting this type of development, all those reasons support, and there is a lot of context, and I think the commissioner did a good job. She took that away from me. I was going to do that context, but I thought she did a very good job. It's her district, and she knows it well. So that's the actual information regarding this site.
Oh, that's perfect.
It fits.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Waitman.
Thank you. Ms. Wilhite, are there conditions around this project that the hotel will be a hotel and there won't be any multifamily on this project site?
There will be no multifamily on this project site, no car washes, no self-storage. Staff went through and made us take away all those things that you talk about that you don't want. I had many people ask about this site for multifamily apartments. When this client came, I said, oh, thank goodness, this is actually what you want. And so we brought this project forward.
And you won't see it until you see the site plan, the next,
Next item
would we
coming
see
up.
that on the next one?
All right, so let's go to the next
Just
item,
'cause-
but before we get there,
Okay.
just to touch on one thing, as far as you say, the old 54, as it was, now it's changed, that's why you got the difference. There are the 2 industrial light parcels right beside it,
And across the street. and
retail across the way,
south.
even right on the other side of Black Lake Road, so those purple lines up there show that there was thought of differently from before. All right, so let's do this, let's go to P-45,
Right, I want to give the publication for P-45.
please.
Item P-45 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on March 1st, 2023.
I had the site plan.
Mr. Chairman, since you've taken it out of order, do you want me to read the rezoning procedures?
Yes, I think it's clear to say that this one here will not stay on consent. Okay, rezoning procedures, please.
There are 2 rezoning agendas, regular and consent. Staff will present each application to the Board of County Commissioners. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended approval and there's no opposition, the application will be considered by the board without further presentation. If staff or Planning Commission has recommended denial, or if there is opposition to the application, the applicant will be given 5 minutes for presentation. The opposition will be given 3 minutes for each individual or 5 minutes for a group representative, and the applicant will be given 3 minutes for rebuttal. Any individual disagreeing with staff or Planning Commission recommendation or anyone wishing to object to any condition of the rezoning may at this time request the petition be pulled from the consent agenda, in which case that application will be heard under the regular agenda later on during the meeting. Otherwise, all rezoning applications on the consent agenda will be approved by a single motion and vote. If you wish to speak to any petition, please give your name and address and whether or not you've been sworn for the record. These are quasi-judicial public hearings. The law in Florida is mere public support or opposition of an application is insufficient for this board to take action. Please limit your comments to those criteria found within the board's land development code. Madam Clerk, would you like to swear them in, please?
Yes, Mr. Steinseiter, if you are here to speak on this item, or not this item, the rest of the items on the agenda, please stand and raise your right hands. So the individuals that spoke prior, you're probably going to want to speak again.
You're going to want to speak. You want to
you want
stand
to
up and raise
speak,
your right
stand
hand?
up.
You need to be sworn in this time.
There you go. All right, I see a lot of people sitting down, but I'll go ahead and swear in the ones that are standing up. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Okay, so we have 2 items on the consent agenda. P-45, we're going to pull that from the consent, and we'll just do P-46.
Okay. Item P-46 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on February 1st, 2023.
Is anyone here to speak in opposition to item P-46?
Mr. Chair, I do not have anyone signed up or on WebEx for P-46.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the P-46 on the consent agenda?
Move to approve.
Second.
And a roll call vote?
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Okay, so back to P-45.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, do you want me to announce P-46?
Yes.
Okay. P-46 was a zoning amendment in the name of Jimmy and Mary Iniguez, change in zoning from an R4 high-density residential district to an AR agricultural residential district in northwest Pasco County on the north side of Eden Avenue, approximately a quarter mile east of Little Road, containing approximately 2 acres, and this was indeed coming with a recommendation of approval.
Okay, thank you.
And there's nobody in the audience that wish to speak to that.
Wait, which one is this?
P-46.
P-46, we just voted for it. Should we vote again?
No.
No? Okay.
If there was somebody,
yeah.
I'd tell you to reconsider it, but
Okay.
there isn't.
All right. All right, back to item P-45. Read the title, please.
You got it.
It's not. It's regular.
Good afternoon, Amy Heiler with Long Range Planning. P-45 is a zoning amendment in the name of SR 54 Black Lake MPUD Master Plan Unit Development. P&B Properties of Pasco County LLC. It is a rezoning request from AC Agricultural District to an MPUD Master Plan Unit Development to allow for the development of 135,000 square feet of commercial retail and a 250-room hotel, or 250 hotel rooms on approximately 33.27 acres. We do recommend, or this does come with a recommendation of approval with conditions. And I will go through the presentation for this one. So as stated, this is State Road 54 Black Lake Road MPUD in the name of PDD 22-7648. It is a rezoning request from AC Agricultural Residential District to MPUD Master Plan Unit Development District to allow for the development of 135,000 square feet of commercial retail and 250 hotel rooms on approximately 33 acres. The subject site's located in the South Market area. This is your visual for the aerial showing where State Road 54 and Black Lake Road is on the subject property. Your current zoning district of AC, and the proposed, existing future land use of Res 3, which is currently being heard to propose an amendment to PD. Here is your surrounding development, identifying all the MPUDs within the area, with Legacy to the north, Ashley Lakes to the south, Starkey Ranch to the west.
Well, Legacy is Astoria.
Like Astoria, yes, ma'am, thank you. So the applicant has requested a couple variations. I will go through those from the code. The first variation is LDC Section 805.6, restrictions on post-development wetlands and upland buffers within residential lots and non-residential parcels. The developer has added within the condition that they may enter into a reciprocal easement and maintenance agreement in the form acceptable to the county. This meets the intent of the LDC as the LDC seeks to place those operational maintenance responsibilities of all open space, drainage areas, common areas, landscape areas, wetland areas, buffer areas, preservation, conservation areas, recreation areas, and park areas, and other special purpose areas under the responsibility of a single representative entity or for the entirety of the parcels, such as a HOA or CDD. The property owner is beholden to the approved site plan to operate and maintain all noted areas without exception. And the second variation request is to Section LDC 905.2, landscape and buffering, to modify internal landscape buffers, since this is a mixed-use project with integrated land uses that should not be separated from each other by a landscape buffer. Further, the applicant proposes a variation from this section in order to allow the landscape buffers to be counted towards the minimum setback requirements, which will further the intent of the mixed-use project by making the most efficient use of the property. The proposed development is intended to be designed in a manner that provides for pedestrian connectivity, walkability, and internal capture through the placement of buildings in close proximity to each other. The intent of LDC Section 905.2 is to ensure sufficient buffering standards are in place to separate uses. However, buffers increase distances between structures. So staff supports the variation request from LDC Section 905.2, as standard buffering does not lend itself to a walkable environment and takes away from the overall goal of the Black Lake MPD development. This is the submitted master plan that identifies where your proposed hotel, commercial, retail uses are located. As you can see, the yellow areas are going to be where those uses are proposed. The green area is your buffering along the wetland and boundary or border of the subject property. There is a walkable boardwalk pedestrian access being your brown area, and then the blue area is going to be your open space drainage. And to go through the findings of fact that's in your agenda right now. So starting with number 1, finding of fact, the future land use is currently Res 3. There's an accompanying proposed comprehensive plan amendment to PD to allow for a mixture of commercial, retail, office entitlements in a 250-room hotel. The subject site includes approximately 14.54 acres of wetlands that are Category 1, that's identified as Black Lake, and Category 3 wetlands. The site is located in the urban service area and within the Suncoast Transit Center overlay. The subject site contains 3 archaeological sites. The project is located within the El Nino 98 observed flooding area. The subject site includes a conceptual trail planned along the northern portion of the property in the name of SR 54 Trail, whose segment extends approximately 3.29 miles from Trinity Boulevard and Suncoast Parkway, as identified on the Greenways Blueways Trails map. And with that, we recommend approval with conditions and would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions?
Is the
Mrs. Starkey?
applicant? Yes, thank you. Is the applicant going to show any more detailed maps? Okay, can we see those?
Okay.
And you remember earlier today when I said
All right, anyone else have a question for staff first? No? Okay.
Well, okay, is there a connection between the hotel and the commercial?
Yes, ma'am, I believe there is, or yes, Commissioner Starkey, there are going to be, they're going to connect the trails between each side of the uses. I believe it's along State Road 54 is where we're going to have that connection occur.
Okay.
So it is going to ensure that the Black
They
Lake
can-
isn't going to dissect both of them. You're
Yeah.
going to, or bisect both of them. You're going to be able to access the hotel and the retail commercial uses by walking and not having to get into your vehicle.
Okay, and that may be part of the applicant's presentation.
We're having a bit of a technology challenge here, but I think maybe we're getting close to being able to bring up our concept plan.
I just have to turn off my Barbara Wilhite filter.
We have Barbara Wilhite for the applicant, 6327 Grand Boulevard. We have some pretty unique conditions. Not only what I mentioned is a whole list of prohibited uses that are very marketable relative to car washes and self-storage and the things you hear about all the time. We prohibited those out of this project. The other part of it is we have a specific connectivity and amenity plan that will be reviewed by staff as we move forward in connection with our site plan approval. So they'll be looking at our plans, unlike everybody else that just meets the code. We have a specific plan that gets looked at regarding how we orient our uses, how we connect. We do have a Category 1 wetland right in the middle. That's between our hotel and our retail, but we want our retail to be able to walk, or our hotel to be able to walk to our retail. We want our neighbors to be able to walk and to be a walkable place. And this is our concept plan. We actually worked quite a bit on it, and I won't be able to do it justice, but I can bring my client up who can go through the plan and the different components of it. Again, we show you this, although this is not the MPD plan, because staff has an extra conditions in here, in condition 34, they'll be looking at our plan when we come in later for site plan, unlike other projects.
Hello again, Kevin Frazier, Axiom Real Estate, Atlanta, Georgia, 3715 Northside Parkway, Northwest, Suite 4-515, Atlanta, Georgia.
And you have been sworn.
And yes, I'm sorry, I have been sworn in.
Thank
Thanks.
Thank you.
So as Barbara mentioned, we spent a lot of time with county staff in terms of the construction of this site plan. I've been doing commercial development for 15 years. This is one of the more challenging sites that I've had to site plan just based on the dimensions. Usually in real estate development, we deal in squares and rectangles. This is kind of more of a, not a parallelogram, I would say, but trapezoid is probably a good description. And we were also tasked with creating interparcel activity, basically activating the spaces in between buildings. And while some of our users traditionally don't engage in site plans like that for the right sites and for the right markets, they are willing to compromise. And so what we've done is we've created communal gathering spaces in between the two restaurant buildings that you'll see that are just to the east of the larger box. That large pond feature you see to the rear, that is our detention facility, but we're also using that as a water feature. And again, speaking to the last item that was before you all in the comp plan, everything will be self-contained on site based on requirements from FDOT standards. We've also employed, obviously, landscaping, which will be a requirement of the county throughout the project itself. I did hear somebody mention large parking lot right before I stood up to speak. These uses, commercial uses, require parking. Restaurants require parking. They can't thrive. They can't function without it. And what I'll say is we've actually skinnied this down right to the threshold of where those users would start to get uncomfortable. So we've done everything within our power to reduce the amount while still having something that is functional and still meets the intent of what the county tasked us with, which was having a vibrant, walkable project, but also one that does not have an adverse impact on the surrounding community and is more of an amenity to that community. Again, we've designed it in such a manner, even though it is bifurcated by the lake, which we can't control, we will still be required to install pathways along the north side and south side of that lake, so that a person could walk from the western phase to the eastern phase without having to get into their car and drive either on Black Lake Road or on State Road 54. We've also created internal paths, a dock feature on the lake itself, so that this can be a communal gathering spot. One item or one speaker that I heard at the last hearing was the AMVETS facility to the south of us, and that when the road changed and State Road 54 was pushed north, they actually lost their exposure to the lion's share of the traffic that generates and drives their membership. And that by developing and activating this site in the right way, they will actually have an enhanced profile. And again, an amenity for their membership that will draw in more members, but will also give them the ability to, rather than having to drive west to Trinity or east to Wesley Chapel, they'll be able to stay in one place. And so what that actually does, it has the effect of taking cars off of the road. It reduces the trips that are frequenting on Highway 54. The county standards, we designed this to county standards. There's going to be more input when we work through the permitting process with county staff. But we are committed to being, one, a great neighbor. We're committed to bringing a great project to this part of Pasco County. And we have a very exciting cast of users that are looking to come in. And so with that, I'll answer any questions that the county commission has.
Okay.
Mr. Starkey, go ahead.
Okay, because you probably knew I was going to ask you about the parking.
Yes, ma'am.
Because everyone knows and I said it earlier today, buildings surrounded by parking. So this does seem to have a lot of parking. What is the ratio that we're at?
I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I'll have my civil confirm that. We are required at a minimum to build to a certain parks per thousand with county standards. And oftentimes the county standards are less than what these restaurants require internally to meet their corporate approval. Restaurants that have seats, these are casual dining restaurants. These are not fast food restaurants. And so people are coming in, staying, and the intent would be, once they finish their meal, they'll have an amenity that they can spend some more time, or they can go to another part of the project that may satisfy another need that they have at that point in time. But again, these restaurants cannot survive without parking. If they don't have parking, the people that will come by will just continue to drive on.
So the big yellow square, that's not a restaurant, right?
That is not a restaurant, no.
Okay, so would that be open at night, or would that close 7 o'clock or something?
It's going to close at normal business hours. It will not be open late, and so.
But wouldn't you count those parking spaces towards
Well, we had to get the tenant to agree to the site plan.
You had to what?
We basically had to show them that they've got a use that's going to be adjacent to them, that's not going to conflict with their peak hours, and that tenant will be able to utilize the parking that larger box will not be utilizing after it's closed, so that they can satisfy their parking requirement, because they are actually a heavier parking requirement than the tenant that's to the immediate east, but that shares that same little kind of patio field area.
And would those two restaurants not benefit being pulled down closer to the lake?
No, because these tenants require and rely upon visibility from the main road.
Oh,
Again,
right.
the lion's share of the traffic is going to be pulled in from State Road 54. If those tenants and their sight lines are compromised, that's the very first thing that they confront me with when I'm presenting a site plan to them. And oftentimes that is codified in their lease, that I cannot build any other structures in front of their linear profile that would compromise those sight lines. So, no, they can't be pushed back to the lake.
All right, and board members, when this first came in, it was pretty much a building. It's like your typical stripped out, fast food circles around each building. And I tasked them with, and we met quite a few times, building a place that people would want to go to on a Saturday night, a place where you'd want to go, with your family or date night or something. We just don't have enough of those. So that is why you see this patio area between the two, right? If you want to describe your project in more detail. The area between the two restaurants, that's,
It's just a shared community space. And
Yeah,
so
shared community
So the
space.
intent being that both of those restaurants will have patio features, but this will be a place where families can congregate maybe after they're finished with their meal, places for children to play, it just basically places for people to congregate. Now, I know nobody's going to do that to alleviate any pressures, perceived pressures on the community to the south.
all right, and you have two entrances off of 54?
Yes,
Three?
ma'am,
Well,
including a dedicated left median, or dedicated left in as you head westbound on State Road 54. So that would allow somebody, rather than having to turn left at the traffic light and come in on Black Lake Road, enter from the rear, customers heading westbound towards Trinity can actually enter from 54 as they're making a westbound movement. So it's not a full access point, it's a three-way access point, which is, I mean, if you want me to point it out, I don't know if it's clear on the plan where that's located. But
Do
it's
you all see
right in
that?
front of the larger building.
I can see.
Yeah, it's right over there. It's kind of goes in, then you curve around.
It's right here.
Yeah,
So that way,
yeah.
we keep people, again, keeping cars off of Black Lake Road, allowing somebody to travel into the project as they head westbound, rather than having to get onto Black Lake, they'll be able to enter from 54.
Okay, so anyone else have any questions?
Yeah.
Commissioner Oakley.
Thank you. So all the water on this property actually moves to the north
Yes, sir.
across 54.
Yes, sir.
Are there any inlets or exits on the south side of this property
None.
that goes the other way?
None. No, so the
None
flume-
whatsoever?
None that we're designing, and to my knowledge, none that are there today. The flume that is the outfall for Black Lake, and I can show you exactly where it is. And you can see it when you drive. It's located, you can just kind of make it out, but it's kind of right north of my finger.
Just north of where it says Black Lake.
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
sir, correct. And that flows under State Road 54, and outfalls into, I'm not sure what the water district is there on the other side of the road, but everything flows north.
Flows to the north.
And our detention pond will have pipes that outflow to 54 as well. We're not going to be outflowing into the lake directly. There will be a pipe that runs from our detention pond north that outfalls into the kind of the ditch there with 54 and runs into that same flume that is the outfall for Black Lake Road itself. So nothing will be heading south.
Okay. Because I think that's some of the worries or concerns they had environmentally if anything was coming from this property back
Yes,
to
sir.
the south.
Yes,
I
sir.
think that's
And again, we'll be
something to take into
required
account.
to design to that FDOT standard, which is going to impose on us a much higher level of scrutiny and sustainability than it would if we were only designing to Pasco County or to Swift Mud
Right.
requirements.
I understand that. That's good. Okay.
Commissioner Starkey.
Yeah, so one of the thoughts that we had as we asked them to massage this to make it better for the community is that the community to the south could access it easily. And I don't remember what the speed limit is on Chesapeake. Do you remember, Steve, do you remember what the speed limit is on Chesapeake? Okay, so, you know, more and more communities are becoming golf cart communities. And right now, I think Chesapeake has to be, you know, we need to look at it to make sure it's safe for people to access to the north without being afraid of getting run over if they're on a bike or walking. But I certainly can see and hope that residents to the south can have a nice place to go for dinner or to lunch or breakfast. I don't recall what's coming in here. I'm not sure you've even told us yet. Without having to get in their car and drive on 54. And ultimately, that's the goal, to create nice communities like that.
So let me lead into where I was going to go, was you're talking to that. On the southern part of the property, we talked about Black Lake Road, people having access to it.
Yes, sir.
It looked like you said you were going to put a trail or a sidewalk around Black Lake so you can connect from one to the other.
Yeah.
I think it should probably run all the way from the front of 54, which I think you need to do anyway, right? Or is there one there?
So we have to, so FDOT is going to require that I continue the sidewalk along the entire frontage of my property.
Okay. So I'd like to see it also be coming down and then also going around the back so that everybody down below you.
It is.
Well, so there's a wetland area, which you can see, it's kind of, just to the east of where the tree line ends on Black Lake Road, there's a wetland buffer there that I cannot touch. I can't put any improvements in that area. That's a county and a state requirement. And we talked about this during the Planning Commission hearing, because we originally had that ordinance written, or had that written in as one of the conditions of the zoning, and that it was removed because we're not allowed to construct in that area.
All right, so what area are you speaking of?
Everything basically that rings the side of the lake. There's a wetland buffer area. You can just see a dashed line here that identifies the limits of the wetland. State law and county law will not allow me to do any construction in that.
All right, so I'm just talking along Black Lake Road.
Oh, no, we're already showing that.
Okay.
We're already showing that.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that. I misunderstood the
It's
question.
made for the pedestrian.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah.
It's made for
Okay, so
walking.
anybody
Yeah.
accessing from down below will be able to
Yeah.
get on there. How wide is
Yeah.
it, how wide is it going to be?
I'm sorry?
How wide is it going to
How
be?
wide is the sidewalk? That's going to be a county standard. I don't know the answer to that, but I can ask my civil engineer. They'll be able to get that answer. But there's a minimum standard that FDOT is going to require that we build to, and then the county will require us to build to.
Commissioner Starkey, are there golf carts in the community?
I don't, probably not right now, but I don't know. They've never come in and asked to be a golf cart community, which we can designate you that. But certainly open to helping you become one if you would like to zip around in golf carts and get to these restaurants without having to start up your car.
So if we've got one chance to get this pathway, how wide do you think the pathway should be?
That's a Tina Russo question.
Well, and I'll also add that the wetlands on Black Lake extend all the way up to Black Lake Road. So again, I'm going to be confronted with the same issue. So there's going to be a limit to how wide I can make it. That's going to be completely outside the realm of my control. That's going to be a state and county item that I'd have to contend with.
And that would be part of it, but the rest of it, so taking away that part of it, how wide can we make it for the rest of it on the back part?
Again, that's a question I'm going to have to ask my civil engineer, because I don't want to give you a response that I can't stand by 100%. And I just, candidly, I don't know that answer right now.
Okay. Is your engineer here?
That's my traffic engineer.
Traffic engineer, okay.
I have an idea.
Go ahead.
Because we have to do a connectivity and amenity plan, we can add language that where feasible, we can do, or I can come up with language, I know sometimes where feasible may not be strong enough, but that we have to evaluate with staff a multi-use pass as opposed to just sidewalks.
I like
And then we
that.
can actually be doing it in a real time. But because we have this extra step, I think we can do it there.
Okay.
And I know that the minimum standard is 5 feet.
Right.
Yeah.
I was just informed.
Okay. Yeah, we're looking to go a little bit bigger.
Yes.
We actually have a fair amount of what was DOT right-of-way there, so there may be more space than you think.
I think my biggest concern is the wetland,
Yeah, I
because
see
we
it.
can't
Yeah,
touch
and
it.
then we might be in a different scenario. Maybe we could even work with you if we needed to on that one, but as far as like as much width as we can get, it makes it better for people that if it does become more golf cart, and just makes it better access for your customers anyway.
And again, that's a designing question. I mean, there's going to be obviously a cost clearly associated with that I'm going to have to factor into everything else that I'm installing with respect to enhanced landscaping, amenities, et cetera.
Okay, and well, we'll see how it goes from there. Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
Just to our staff, when I look on our Pasco property appraisers map, it's still showing that Black Lake, oh, hey, Derek. It's still showing that Black Lake is FDOT property, so I don't think it should be showing that. I'm pretty sure we. Okay.
For Terry Pito's planning development, for Pasco mapper, at least segments of Black Lake Road are showing up as local residential now. So it could be in the process of updating.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It's all the way DOT.
And Barbara, one more question I have. When you were talking about the stormwater that was going on.
Yes, sir.
Being connected to DOT.
Yes, sir.
This would tie you into where you have to do the requirements of the basin of special concern?
No, the fact that he has to do it, to be able to fall into FDOT's right-of-way, he has to meet FDOT standards, and he explained to you what those are. So, and I asked Mr. Moody, after Planning Commission, I said, do I need to add any language? Because I can write, it's something I can do. And he said, no. He said he was satisfied with the answer, and he knew when the FDOT, we had to follow FDOT standards and get a permit from them, that we would be going through that higher standard.
Okay. All right, we're going to take public comment now. All right, so for everyone in the public who wants to come forward, please state your name and that you have been sworn. And
Name,
do you have a list?
address.
Name and address, I'm sorry. Name and address, and you have been sworn. Anyone go by the list first?
We can.
Let me go by a list, sir, and then we'll get right to everybody.
I have a hard time hearing.
We're going to list off the people that signed up, and then we'll take everyone else after that.
I think he actually might be first. Oh, no. Ben Mercadante? Okay. Following Mr. Mercadante, it is Stern and Lori Summers.
I have been sworn in 1561 Roland Drive.
And your name, sir?
Pardon?
And your name?
Ben Mercadante.
Thank you.
My concern still is to the traffic. I mean, I talked about the lakes originally, but West Central Florida attracts people, and their destinations are like Tarpon Springs, Safety Harbor, Dunedin. These are real hot spots. And our Chesapeake goes right down, hooks right into Gun Highway. Everybody has a phone these days, and they get their little map thing out, and what's the quickest way, or people like back roads. My issue is when we have a traffic problem on Chesapeake, what will be done about it? Because it's a small road, and I'll tell you, I believe the speed limit now is 30 miles an hour. In other parts of our residential area, it goes down to 25, and in other parts where there's like some blind curves and stuff, it gets down to 20. But I don't know how you're going to keep all these people off of public road. It's being used a lot now by people that are cutting through, as other people have mentioned. And when you put that many people concentrated that closely to it, I mean, I don't know how anybody's going to be able to guarantee that our neighborhood's not going to get that kind of impact. And that is one of my larger concerns. And I don't really know how anybody can address that. It's like, well, we'll build it and then we'll see what happens. That doesn't work out too good for us. But I'm not convinced that, even though they have the outlets to 54, I understand that, people will be looking for these other destinations. I lived here my whole life. I grew up in Pinellas County. I know where people like to go, and they visit all these spots. We visit those spots, you know, my wife and I. So they're popular, and how are we going to keep people off our road? That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Stern and Lori Summers. Following the Summers, I have Sharon Suckle.
Are we supposed to state our address again?
Yes, and you have to state your name, address, and whether or not you've been sworn, and you can do it one at a time, please.
My name is Lori Summers. I live at 14612 Black Lake Road, Odessa, Florida, and I was sworn in.
Stern Summers, 14612 Black Lake Road, and I've been sworn in also.
Thank you.
We just have a couple little concerns. I don't know if they can tell us, they didn't know the parking ratio, but I'd be very interested to know the parking ratio and the number of parking spaces for all those buildings. And then we live directly across from this new drainage fountain feature, which looks and sounds great, but if the water's flowing north, why is the water on the south side? Wouldn't it be better to be on the State Road 54 side? So I'm really just concerned about that. We have lived there since, 2001, and other than the streets flooding a little bit during the storms, we've had no issues, and we have no flood insurance. And now the map they posted on Thursday, I was here Thursday, there was concerns from some commissioners about that. That is totally swampy land now. All summer it's wet. It's like a sponge. You could walk in it and squish down. And they're going to be putting in lots of dirt to build that up. that water is going to somehow flow into that water feature, but I feel like it's going to overflow Black Lake. I mean, I just can't visually see how much they're putting on that and how much concrete parking they're having when I've lived there for 20-some years and see how wet it is. So I'm just really concerned about the water. You're building on a swampy land and adding lots and lots of parking spots. And I know there's going to be progress, there's going to be commercial on 54, I get that, but I just think it's way too much on the Black Lake side. You know, it's just too much. And then he had one more question.
All right. So they stated that they're going to have the water flowing north from a pipe to the ditch on 54. That ditch goes around, and if you guys have been there, that is all banked up like Daytona Speedway out there, and that's the way they drive. But the ditch follows to the right over to a retention area that's at the end of the cul-de-sac. When that overflows, that flows right into Geneva Drive.
The backside of it, yeah.
All that water is going to flow to us. You can't tell me anything different. I've lived there for 20 years. And what flows around, and it's also going to flow around the ditch line around Black Lake to us as well. That whole area over there was like a buffer for waterland, and it's not enough. They're using up too much of the land and not leaving enough for water absorption. And it's all going to affect us. I don't care what they say. I've seen it. I know where that water flows and how it goes, no matter what they say. We live there. We know how it's going to affect us, and we know we've seen it and how it goes. So,
Can I ask him a question? You said you had a gift shop there?
yes, we did.
So is your property zoned commercial?
The Black Lake side, I don't think it is anymore, I'm not sure. I think it is, I don't know, but that
We had it
side,
changed because actually we had 3 different addresses there because we had multi-use at one time, and we had commercial.
And what's your address?
14612 Black Lake Road, but it's also 14619 Geneva and 621 Geneva.
Okay.
it was
thanks.
multi-use
So we're
at
in
one
between
point, so-
both roads.
But when they changed the State Road 54 to Black Lake, we had to live there, or we were going to lose it.
We lost our business.
Yeah, so it's our home now, and you didn't, but the DOT took our business away and our road away. Now they want to bring it back to make it a commercial hot.
That's what killed Renado's.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well,
so-
that's exactly, you know Renado's, and
Yeah.
that's why they went
I
out of
miss
business.
that.
Patty Renado's my neighbor.
So, we understand there's going to be change, we understand that, but this is just way too much for that swampy of an area. That's all we have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question?
Sharon Suckle, or, nope, she left. Okay, and then I think it's Laura Terry.
While this person's walking up, I just wanted to say, I checked, and we did contact that woman, Sharon, was that her name? And we sent her to Margaret, and we also, we've had quite a bit of contact with her, so we did respond.
LaRue Terry, 14544 Sassander Drive, Odessa. I said mostly what I needed to say earlier, but Black Lake Road is a state lake. It's not a county lake. Lakes that feed into each other, and there's 6 lakes that feed into each other, as long as 100 acres or more is owned by the state, and we're way over 100 acres on all 6 lakes.
Ms. Terry, I'm sorry, I missed it. Did you say that you were sworn in? Did you say that you were sworn in for the record?
I can't hear you.
Did you state that you were sworn in?
Yes.
On the record?
yes,
I didn't.
yes.
Okay, so yes, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all that I have that's signed up.
Okay. Anyone who's not signed up, if you want to start lining up, maybe 3 at a time?
Irani Koulianos, 14402 Waterloo Road, Odessa. So I just have a question.
And have you been sworn?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for addressing some of our concerns. I appreciate that. So just to make sure, though, Waterloo is not going to be rezoned for flooding, correct? No, it's not. Not touched. Excellent. And then while that project's going on, please, if we could do something about the sidewalk on Chesapeake.
Yeah,
Thank
we'll
you.
work on that. I'll put it on the list at our next MPO meeting.
Hello.
My name's Stephen Olseth. I live in 14643 Bluestone Lane, Odessa.
And sir, you've been sworn.
Yes.
I saw you stand up.
I
You have
have
to say
been
it for the record. Thank you.
I have this morning. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so you want to build a hotel. Has there been any talk about how tall this building's going to be? Does anybody know how tall the building's going to be? Is there a limit?
Go ahead and finish your comments, John. I should have done that.
Well, since I'm here, this is in the urban service area of the South Market area, so height restrictions for non-residential structures have been modified. They're allowed to increase above what zoning would regulate.
We need a number.
Yeah, give me a number on that.
I'm not sure that, I haven't seen any plans to be able to tell you what the vertical height is going to be right now. I'm just telling you what the
Is
zoning.
is there a height restriction?
No, not for.
It's across
Okay.
from.
in the
All
urban
right,
service.
that's the answer. There's not a height restriction. Brad Tippin, go ahead.
Hi, Brad Tippin, Planning and Development. Yes, there's no height restriction on it. However, they do have to design, as they go beyond a certain point, they have to extend setbacks from certain areas. So there are some things that will restrict heights in certain areas.
Okay,
But there's no technical height restriction.
okay, thank you.
Okay, so if they build a high-rise hotel and they get a waterfront view of the lake that I'm on, do I get a hotel view from my backyard? I mean, because that's a serious concern I got. How about the sound, the noise? Every year, 54 gets louder and louder and louder. It's absolutely roaring now. I can smell diesel when the wind blows a certain direction. I'm smelling the fumes from all the dump trucks. I mean, when is it going to slow down? You know, when is it going to slow down? Can you restrict a little bit about what you're building out here? Okay, it's car wash, gas station, grocery store, fast food. Car wash, gas station, grocery store, fast food. And these 15-minute cities that you're building, okay? It's like a dystopian nightmare to me when I see these places, okay? I'm not prepared for this. Nobody knows that this is going on right now, okay? There'd be a lot more people here if there was some signage up, okay? I don't care if they met the requirement and there's a little sign that's this tall on 54 that nobody could see or read as they drive by at 75 miles an hour, okay? Nobody in our community knows what this is fixing to change into. And it seems like there's not a real plan either. It seems like it's kind of like, well, let's just approve it and then we'll see what it'll be. You talked about the big yellow square next to the little yellow square. Does anybody know what it's going to be? Do you know?
I do.
What is the big yellow square?
Furniture store and the other two restaurants.
So we're going to get a furniture store and 2 restaurants. Okay. You haven't added anything of value to the community for us. Okay. It's rinse and repeat all the way up and down 54. It doesn't matter where you go. There's nothing social to do. There's maybe the Starkey Market thing or whatever. There's nothing good to do. There's one road and it goes up and down. It's just 54. That's it. All this traffic. It takes so long now to get to 75 that it's not even a viable option for people anymore. Nobody wants to even drive that. It's just, now they're taking Chesapeake too, and if you've seen the traffic on Lutz Lake Fern. I mean, I grew up there, okay? It used to take 10 minutes to drive down, and now it takes 45 minutes sometimes. And those people are cutting through Chesapeake to get to 54 because they don't want to go the long way around, and it's going to get a lot worse.
Hi, Commissioners. Barry Jackson again. I've been sworn in. So when you flashed it up, you said that it could be approved with conditions. So my request, we have an official organization, and he, as Commissioner Oakley confirmed with him, that he's done all of the necessary steps he can do now to confirm that everything he's going to do is going to go forward. So I don't think my request is unreasonable to say, look, I can use data. I'm not going to make an unrealistic request out of the blue. We can show if this negatively affects, right? Because we take quarterly samples of our waterways, right? We have all of that data. We have it going back several years. If we can show that this is affecting us south, right, using data, they've got 135,000 square feet going in, they have common area maintenance charges that are gonna go in. Can we put something in the verbiage with approval in some way that some of those funds can be allocated if there's an increase? Hopefully, he never hears from us, right? But could we not ask for that? To say, look, if we can show this, right, we're not gonna make something up. We can show that this is affecting us in a way that needs to be managed, right? And if we can do something along those lines, that would be my continued request. Hey, can we add something in? They've got 135,000 square feet. I'm not talking about a lot of money, man. We're never gonna spend more than $20,000 in a year, I would hope, unless this thing is really bad. So that would be a condition that I would try to request, you know? Obviously, as I stated before, and I think you confirmed, this might be the lesser of two evils. If you could put 100 homes there, I know, because I've seen the data, how that's been affecting our waterways and what all of that does, because you have to manage all of those yards and stuff, and that's been the negative. But if we could potentially, we have an organization and we have data, add into those conditions in some way, right? For
Ask him a question.
Go ahead.
Are you on septic or sewer?
septic.
Yeah, well, that's a problem.
Yep.
Yeah.
We all are, and many of us have the old systems that have been grandfathered in. So,
I'm not sure you can put the quality of the responsibility of the water quality of your lake on a community that's on septic. They're gonna be on sewer, I would guess. Yes, they're gonna be on sewer. And
Well-
frankly, we hear in Tallahassee that anyone near a water body is gonna have to get on sewer. I'm not sure when they're gonna make that happen, but that's coming.
okay, and
To
so.
clean up the water, so.
And so I get that, so and if that was the case, and obviously the county is gonna take on the expense and extend those utilities to us. My concern is the waterways, right? The use of our waterways. We've had a problem in aquatic. The problem I'm referencing is being able to even use and walk into our lakes. We were not able to do that without spending this money. And we can show where an invasive species is taken over, and with data, I can show if it exasperates beyond the level that we're tracking currently, would we be able to officially make some type of a claim to that? So we're not bearing the cost of something that's happening external, is all I'm saying.
You know, my in-laws lived on Point Ann,
Yeah,
Lake
we're-
Ann.
We were
They developed
connected,
Point Ann,
Chesapeake chopped us off.
and those are private lakes, and they had to pay to have that, is it hydrilla?
Yep.
They
I helped them out, I helped navigate them
Yeah.
with that process, I made the
So
introduction.
so those lake owners on the private lakes pay for the hydrilla removal.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's only getting, it's in the
Well, I
biologist.
think the septic is not a good thing for your lake,
All right, let's keep
but we'll
rolling.
move on. right?
Okay,
Yeah.
well, we can show data that shows where we are now, and I'm just referencing if we see an increase, right? I'm not saying that what we're doing is good, bad, or indifferent. I'm saying if we see a marginal or a significant increase, can we make some type of a claim to, they have 135,000 square feet, they're gonna have common area maintenance charges. Can we make a claim to that? It's not gonna be
I don't-
great.
Probably not. They're going to be on sewer, not
We'll
septic.
discuss at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Corey Katz, I've been sworn in, 14820 Geneva Drive. I just want to bring up the point of the noticing again. There's probably 95% or more of the community has no idea this is going on. If there was a sign placed on front of 54 where there's no stoplights, people driving by, is not the place to put it. The place to put it would be at the two corners where all of us are turning on to 54, right where they have the for sale signs or for leasing signs, highly visible spots. But instead, they put the noticing sign where we can't see it. Postponement seems to make sense when 95% of the community at least has no idea what's going on. Just think it's appropriate that common sense would be put the noticing signs at the stoplights where we're stopped looking instead of driving by at 70 miles an hour. So again, 95% of the community has no idea this is happening. Thank you.
They did what was required of them.
They did, yeah.
Any of the public would like to speak to this item? Okay. Anyone on WebEx?
I have no one on WebEx for this
Okay.
item.
All right, so we're going to close public comment.
Barbara Wilhite for the applicant. The only new thing, I think, was the question about, are we on septic or on sewer? We will be on central water and central sewer. Those facilities are already at this location. So, and no, we can't add something relative to their lakes in our project We were all designed to all the requirements. There's water quality as well as water quantity. I mean, I know the county's looking at areas for septic, and the state is too, trying to get people off septic. That is an issue, and that's going to continue to be an issue for the county. That's why we always, I mean, don't put more people on septic. We're not putting we're not on septic, we're on central water and sewer, and we have to spend the money to be on central water and sewer. I have my team here. If you had any questions, if there were more questions that we hadn't already answered, we can certainly answer any questions you might have.
I have a question. On the parking, you need the number of spots you get. Can you make some of those spots on the outside border pervious?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to repeat it back just to make sure I heard the question. So you're asking if I can make any of those parking spots pervious?
Right.
Spots? That's a county, I'd have to reference the code. I don't know the answer to that.
All right, so I know you can. Would you is more the question.
Oh, no, I'm not opposed to doing that.
Okay.
I just, again, I don't know the number. I know that usually, in my experience, there's a minimum number that you can actually make as pervious for it to count towards your pervious impervious ratios. And I would just have to reference the code. I don't know the ordinance by well enough to be able to state it by memory to you right now. But no, I would not be opposed to doing that.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other?
Any other questions for the applicant?
Brad's coming up to answer that question.
So, yeah, Brad Tippett, Planning and Development. Generally, when we have a project that's coming in, putting in more parking spaces than our code requirement, we require those pervious spaces to be anything over 100% or over 110%, I believe. Anything beyond that would need that. We don't have any requirement at all for anything below that, so you could actually request a percentage of the parking that they're going to have to be that in a location, if you want it along the lake or wherever you want. You can
All right.
certainly do that as part of this process.
So what would you recommend? With all what you've heard, what would you recommend we ask the applicant for?
So,
Just put him on the
I think
spot.
that, I think that we can, well, here's the situation. We're kind of, again, down a rabbit hole. This is a site plan issue.
Right.
We don't know exactly the square footage of these buildings, so we don't know the number of parking spaces yet, technically. Once we see that, we can consider, where it's right to do it, where it works, where it needs to happen, and we can absolutely take this direction and put some in, and I think they've said that they'd be willing to work with us on
Right.
that.
And the norm is over 110%. That's when you're making
Right,
that.
and I believe we're setting this up with this project to try and decrease the parking, so we're using shared parking and some other things. So they're
Right.
not going to be over that 100%,
Okay.
so we wouldn't impose something, but we can certainly work with them to create as much of that as we can, that makes sense once we get
So
to
you could-
the engineering stage.
Especially on the ones at the outside borders. The ones in the outside borders, closer to the lake.
Yes, again, as Ms. Wilhite referenced, so we're designing it to reduce it to the point where it's functional,
Okay.
as far as the parking is concerned.
All right, Brad?
Basically, that is a restriction, or you're gonna make that as part of a restriction or conditions,
I don't,
the parking spaces for,
pretty tough to do that at
Pervious.
rezoning, but we can certainly, my client has put on the record that he's interested in doing it. Brad's put on the record they're interested in doing it. Everybody's under oath here.
that can be good,
So,
anything you do, in
I mean-
particular this spot, the way it is, so, yeah.
Again, we have to go through an extra planning effort with staff, because we have to do the amenity and the connectivity plan.
Yeah.
So that element can be looked at as well.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what the procedure could be if we're, because we took this
You need to go back to
To
the
the comp plan.
comprehensive plan and make a motion for that.
But are
Vote
we,
down and then go on to the zoning.
are we through asking questions on the item? Or zoning?
Well, I just will make this comment that, remember that this was on the north side of 54. This was part of the Benke Ranch, which is why it's Res 3, and should have been changed it should have been changed when that road came through. No one's going to put houses there. To me, not having storage, we can't control the car wash situation, but I'm glad they did. say they're not putting one in. I don't understand how that model is good every 500 feet, but this is, to me, this is exactly what we want to see, and I have asked them to massage that, just like that gentleman said, there's no good places to go hang out. We have a few coming. To me, this is one of them. We got the Escape Breweries building a pretty cool place over on Trinity, and we'll see a few more down 54, but to me, this is a really good use for this piece of property, and most of the traffic is going to be on 54. The vast majority of it's going to be on 54, so.
And I'll say, you know, you look at what could come.
Yeah.
If apartments came in here, you would have tons of traffic. I would think would ruin the property, up and down. You'd clog up your intersections. At least this year is a positive step. The hotel down the street, I think there's like 97% occupancy, so I think there's definitely a market for it.
Yeah.
The opportunity here, compared to what you could get, could be a lot worse. I will tell you, in my committee reports, I'm going to be talking about the fact of the signage. We need to change that. There's just no excuse for it to go, and maybe we even need to increase the boundary from 500 feet to 1,000 as well. Something like this, frankly, could have been warranted at town hall meetings, so that may be part of what we talk about for the future as well. People need to get notice to what's going on. Any other comments from the board?
I wouldn't mind seeing this on the east side of Pasco County, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's
project for
it's
that.
a,
We don't have anything like this, I tell you.
yeah, it's much better than Kentucky Fried Chicken drive-through and a car wash.
So, Commissioner Starkey, it's your district.
Oh, Mr. Chair.
We got a correction here. Amy Heiler, you submitted a revised P-45 but did not note it in the revision. Can you state the revision?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Yes, there was a revision that you had sent us?
Oh, yes. The revision on there is just removing the language from finding of fact number 6 that says passive recreational uses shall be located surrounding the wetland, being trails and whatnot.
It is a strike-through.
Correct.
On the document that was handed out.
Correct. And I provided the clean copy to the clerk's office as well.
Okay, thank you.
And so I did want you to notice that the hotel, because the gentleman was mentioning that, the hotel overlooks the wetland to the south, and that C2 use that frankly, staff, I'm not sure that's allowed on the corner of Chesapeake and Black Lake Road. And the area at Black Lake and State Road 54 to the left, that was where we worked. We frankly sued them to get that wet concrete mix guy out of there because they were coating all the residents with concrete dust, and it was very dangerous for the community. And we're looking at that property and continuing to make sure the uses that are happening in that part of the former Benke property are legal uses. So I hope you'll see that getting cleaned up for you, because I know you're driving by that, and frankly, we all think it's a mess, and it doesn't represent our community well to have those properties looking like they do. So I think this property is going to also enhance your property values, and it'd be a good asset to the community. So I would move approval of, is it 45, 46?
It's 44 and
44.
45.
44.
You got to do one at a time.
Yep, so
44?
So you're approving the comprehensive plan amendment, number 44 for this project.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Roll call vote?
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye.
All right, on to P-40,
You want the chair?
no?
Okay.
I was just
Now
going to
we're
make a
going to
motion.
move to, now we're going to
Right?
item
Wouldn't you want
P-45.
one? Yeah, I just was going to ask you the number. I would make a motion to approve P-45 with the conditions listed here today.
Second.
And roll call vote?
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye.
And we
Motion
will fix
passes.
that signage problem, because I think that's a problem.
And we'll work on the road on Trail on Chesapeake, too.
Yeah, and we'll work on Chesapeake. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Item P-47.
Did we do that one?
No, 46 we did.
Item P-47 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on February 8th, 2023, and February 15th, 2023.
Good afternoon. My name's Leanne McDonald with the Real Property Division. The Real Property team has received a petition to vacate a platted utility and drainage easement filed by Metropolitan Ministries. The petitioner has requested the vacation for the purpose of redeveloping the parcel for a new outreach center. Initially, Duke Energy and Frontier objected to this vacation. However, the petitioner entered into a private easement agreement with each of the utilities. After that, there were no objections to this petition, so the team recommends an approval.
You know, I'm going to be looking at vacations closely, but on this one, I approve 100%, and I would make a motion to approve.
It's public hearing.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, sorry. Y'all can say.
Commissioner Waitman.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're a public hearing. I'll speak whenever it's appropriate.
It's okay now.
I just wanted to be sure, this isn't another property that the county is basically giving away.
No, Metropolitan Ministries owns the parcels. We're just vacating the easement so that they can do their new development.
Okay, thank
You
you.
can't get compensation for a platted easement vacation.
I would wrestle you on that one.
It's all good. All
I'd
right.
like to see that.
Maybe we could do a fundraiser for Metropolitan Ministries.
Don't get anyone any ideas.
Southeast wild now. All right.
Okay, public
All right, so this is a public hearing. Is anyone here from the public to speak to this item?
Mr. Chair, I have no one signed up and no one on WebEx for this item.
Okay. With no one, we'll close public comment and we'll entertain a motion.
I will make that motion.
Second.
And roll call vote.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Motion passes. Item P-48, resolution of the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, this is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pasco County, Florida, approving the issuance of an Industrial Development Authority of the County of La Paz, Arizona, Educational Facilities Revenue Bond, the Florida Charter Educational Foundation, Inc. project, Series 2023, a portion of which in an aggregate principal not to exceed $20 million, will be used for the purposes of financing and refinancing the acquisition, construction, improvement, and equipping of certain charter school facilities located within Pasco County and certain other matters relating thereto, and providing an effective date. This is what is known as a TEFRA hearing under the federal tax law.
Yep, I got my education.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have publication.
Publication, good.
P-48 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on March 5th, 2023.
Okay. Go present, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dan Rizzola, Assistant Budget Director, OMB. This is for the P-48 is Innovation Preparatory Academy Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, application and public hearing. Essentially, the IRS establishes procedures where nonprofits can borrow money at tax-exempt rates. The county facilitates that process among the stakeholders. To be clear, Pasco is not borrowing the money, and Innovation Preparatory Academy is not borrowing from Pasco County. Federal tax law requires that the issuance of tax-exempt bonds for a qualified private activity. IRS regulation requires approval from the county commission as the highest elected governing body with its jurisdiction over the area in which the project will occur. It also requires a finding that the project is in the public interest and requires a public hearing to gather input from the public.
Approval will allow Florida Charter Educational Foundation, or FCEF, to borrow at a tax-exempt rate, which is a lower interest rate. FCEF is seeking to borrow $20 million. Those funds will be issued by the Industrial Development Authority of the County of La Paz, Arizona, not Pasco County. And the purpose of the bonds is to finance the acquisition, development, construction, and equipping of an approximately 56,000 square foot charter school building and ancillary facilities. The Innovation Preparatory Academy will be located in Wesley Chapel. It will the bonds will also fund capitalized interest and other costs of issuance. Again, the county is not responsible for paying the debt service. There's no cost to the county resulting from the approval of this application, and FCEF is not borrowing from Pasco County. We have representatives from the school and also bond counsel if there are any questions. At this time, I'll ask the chair to open it up for public comment.
Okay. Any questions for Dan? Oh. We have no questions? Okay. Anyone here from the public wish to speak to the item?
Mr. Chair, I have no one signed up for P-48 and no one on WebEx.
Move
Okay.
to approve?
We'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second, and roll call vote.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. So be looking forward to sign those documents soon.
Such a weird thing.
All right. Item P-49, conditional use request.
Item P-49 was published in Tampa Bay Times on November 23rd, 2022.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Item P-49 is a conditional use request, Channelside Mortgages LLC, 8342 New York Avenue. It was a conditional use for multiple family dwellings in a C2 general commercial district. However, the applicant has requested a withdrawal
Thank
of the
you.
application.
And to refresh the board, this is the gentleman that came up before, looked at doing multifamily on the area near New York Avenue where we thought it was all that C2, and he's now working with us to go through the process to the comprehensive plan and the rezoning as well. So I want to thank them and Liam, thank you for making that happen. They were very good to work with, correct? So thank you very much, appreciate it. All right, so that closes that, and now I'll go to P-50, conditional use request again.
Item P-50 was published in the Tampa Bay Times on January 4th, 2023.
No, it was withdrawn.
Liam Devine, Planning and Development. Before I begin, staff has received an ex parte communication form from Commissioner Mariano's office, which has been submitted to the clerk's office. Item P-50. PDD 23-CU09 in the name of Nikki Clemente and Michael Rutman. It is a conditional use request for a vacation rental / short-term rental in a R4 high-density residential district. The subject site is on the west side of Birch Street, approximately 600 feet north of Port Hudson Boulevard. This is an aerial view of the property.
If I could stop you for just a second?
Yes.
So I'm looking at the picture, and there's a very small building there. Are they building a bigger building?
So our GIS map is where we get these visuals from. The aerial view gets updated every couple years, so it hasn't been updated yet, but they did build a new single-family dwelling unit in 2020, which is on the site currently today.
Okay.
So the surrounding future land use to the north, east, south, and west is all Res 6. And then the zoning surrounding north, east, south, and west is all R4. The subject site contains a single-family dwelling built in 2022, on approximately 0.11 of an acre. On August 1st, 2022, the property owners received a ordinance violation warning for operating the site as a short-term rental without prior approval. Short-term rentals are defined as a dwelling unit that has been advertised as available for more than 3 times per year for a period of fewer than 30 days at a time where occupants do not possess the ownership of the property. And then in the Land Development Code, it requires the applicants to comply with the petition of having 51% of the subdivision platted lots. They have that. And that would be with the subdivision plat of Gulf Shores First Edition. The surrounding area is characterized by the Gulf Shores subdivision consisting of single-family dwellings on waterfront properties, and the future land use classification for the property as a Res 6 under the comprehensive plan. And this is coming with a recommendation with approval with conditions from Planning Commission and Planning Development Department. I would like to add that Planning Commission did add conditions. Those are conditions 2 through 5, which are included in your agenda packet. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Any
Okay.
questions?
Well, I have a kind of a crazy question. Is this on septic or sewer?
That is a good question. I believe the applicant who is online today will be able to answer that. Otherwise, I can confirm and answer that after.
Okay. All right. Why don't we hear, any questions for the staff? Why don't we hear from the applicant?
Yeah, I listened to the planning commission, so I'm up to speed on this.
And who's the applicant and what?
Name and address and whether or not you've been sworn for the record.
Is the applicant online?
Yes, I am here. I'm here.
Okay. All right, name and address for the record, please.
Sure. It's Nikki. I'm sorry, it's Nikki Rutman, and the address is 14429 Birch Street in Hudson.
Okay, and have you been sworn?
Yes, I was on the line when they did the swearing the last time.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the chance to speak today. As Liam had mentioned, we are asking to use conditional use for our property as a short-term vacation rental. My husband and I have been owners in this neighborhood since 2017, and in 2022, we completed construction on the single-family home that we're talking about today. We really enjoy the area and are looking forward to using this home as our retirement home in the future. But in order to achieve that objective, we would like to be able to rent it to help offset the costs for maintaining the property until we can get to retirement age to move there and use it for ourselves regularly. We do come down to the area and use the property throughout the year. In fact, we were just there for the full month of January and intend to come back next winter as well. We live up in Massachusetts. At the Planning Commission and prior to this Planning Commission meeting, we spoke to a number of our neighbors, understood what some of the concerns were, and agreed to not rent during scallop season in order to see a lot of the issues that they brought up that had occurred during that time frame, and are in full agreement with all of the conditions that the Planning Commission had suggested at the last meeting, and understand that that will help improve the quality of life of the neighborhood, help maintain the quality of life of the neighborhood, which we also enjoy very much. So we look forward to being able to answer whatever questions.
Okay. And are you on a septic system or is it sewer system there?
It's a sewer system.
Sewer, okay. Any questions?
No.
Okay. All right. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, I don't think so. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we're going to take public comment now. And I see a few hands from public. Anyone signed up for the item?
No one signed up for the item and no one on WebEx for the item.
Okay, so if you want to speak, please line up like maybe three apart so we can keep on going. And your name and address, and you have been sworn.
My name's Robert Urbane. I have been sworn in. I stood earlier for the swearing. And I live at 14431 Birch Street, the house right north of theirs. And I just wrote this in general, what I feel about and some of the things I've gone through. Thank you for listening to us today. I live next door to the house, which is being considered for approval for vacation rental use. I don't approve of them because they disrupt my life. Short-term rentals are a win-win-lose situation. The host wins by getting to make lots of easy money and using it as a timeshare when guests are not there. Guests win by getting a unique lodging experience, able to have several friends and family stay without hotel restrictions. The lose part of the equation is me and my wife. We get to enjoy strangers coming and going all times of the night, slamming car doors, beeping horns, barking dogs, people hooting and hollering, dirty looks, throwing trash in the yard, trespassing, having to remove fish lures from my dock, cleaning up fish guts from the canal, loss of privacy, sleep, I still work full-time. We get to enjoy the anxiety of what kind of people are going to pull in the driveway next week. Our neighborhood has 4 full-time annual rentals. We never have any problems with them. People don't even realize the negative effects of running this type of business unless they have experience living next door to them for themselves. The owners of these businesses sure don't. They don't live anywhere near them. Running this type of business is changing the definition of residential from a single-family dwelling to a multifamily hotel resort. Allowing short-term rentals to continue ruins the sole character of our residential community. If we have to continue dealing with this type of lifestyle, we'll be forced to move elsewhere. The house will most likely be sold to another rental investor, which will help spread the short-term rental cancer, which is wrecking communities across this country. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I don't envy your job. I have been sworn in. My name is Charles Richika. I live at 14523 Birch Street. I came to Florida in 1982 as part of the Drug Interdiction Task Force for U.S. Customs and Homeland Security, and stayed to make this county here my permanent home where I raised my children. And I married my wife, who is a retired school teacher from this county, and who was born and raised here in Florida. So if you don't like what I say, you can't send me back up north because I have an anchor wife. So now I come to ask you to keep Pasco County as a family residential living community and not turn our neighborhood into a transit community where individuals that have no ties to Pasco County or the community come here for a brief vacation for out-of-state persons or corporations to make money from buying and building houses to rent for short-term vacationers. This lady lives in Massachusetts. She's only about 50 years old. She's not going to retire for 20 years. And she built this house, has told people she built it for the purpose of short-term rental. So she comes into our neighborhood, says it's beautiful, it's great, it's wonderful. But let me throw in all these outside people. And if there's no consequences to it, look at Indian Rocks. Residents are petitioning their commissioners for relief from short-term rentals as their residential community's life is destroyed by parties, by parking, noise, and short-term renters. Central Florida, the Villages, has issues, as does Miami, with stabbings, shootings, as well as other communities in Florida and other states that have become overrun with short-term rentals, destroying their residential neighborhoods. And that's what, the short, brief time that she has rented it illegally, we saw that. And the street is a substandard street labeled by the county. The county has labeled it as a substandard street. So now it's a dead-end street where you're going to have more cars, more people coming down a dead-end street in a substandard street that is the way it's been, the county has registered it. It's going to have a negative impact on our community life. In closing, I know 51% of property owners allegedly voted in favor of this matter. However, most of those were not residents of Florida. One company owns several plots of land, so they got several votes in this. Of course, it doesn't reflect that the residents that lived there, and there was a petition that was signed, and the people that went to the planning board commissions were all people that live on that street and reside in that street and reside in the state of Florida. There was not one from the petitioner except the petitioner that showed up. So everybody that lives there is concerned because they saw the impact of that's already happened when they were renting it. I had a short-term rental where my house is on Birch Street, right next door. Twice. Once we had somebody that was involved with drugs, so we ended up with a lot of drug people coming in. They got rid of that short-term rental. They had another short-term rental. She tried to burn the house down because she was having problems. And the only reason they saved the house was my son saw her outside. She goes, is there flames yet? And he came and told me, and I ran down to look at the house, and smoke was coming out of her window. She poured all kinds of fireworks on her stove, it was an electric stove luckily, and lit it because she wanted to burn the house down. And that was a short-term rental. Now we had a long-term rental there for 2 years, and we've had no problems because they were involved in the community. It's their community. So we don't want people that just want to come here and party and ruin, okay, I'm finished, and ruin our neighborhood on Birch Street. So if she wants to do long-term rentals, I don't think many people will have a problem with that because then those people have an involvement in the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm Jeannie Johnston. I live at 14501 Birch Street. I used to live directly across the street from the vacant lot that was in your picture. We moved further down the street. I don't know if
Councilman, you were sworn.
And yes, I was
Yes,
sworn.
go ahead.
Yes, I was sworn. I have a picture of the current house on that lot. I don't know if you guys have a packet
Well,
that
I saw a
has.
drawing of it, that's why I asked the question. If you want, we can receive it.
This, you can have, this is a
Move to
copy, but I only
receive.
have one
Can I just
copy.
pass to the clerk?
Move to receive.
Do I have a second? Second?
There's also
roll-
a picture of.
Just hang up 1 second, so.
Second.
Roll call
District
vote.
1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman. District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Sorry, aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Now we can look at the picture, but go ahead.
Okay, there's actually 3 pictures together. That's, one is the vacant lot, one is the house, and one is the picture of the neighborhood with the house on it. And just as Charles said, of the 14 properties that are on our dead-end street, many of them are owned by the same owner. A few others are vacant with out-of-state owners, and a few are what we call snowbirds that are part-time occupied. 8 of the homes on our street are permanent, full-time owner-occupied, registered county voters. And of these homeowners, only 1 has voted to allow this property. All the remainder of the residents are opposing it. Does that not speak volumes? Please take that into consideration when you're making your decision today. 7 of our houses are only 1 story. This house is 3. The owners have had a plan in place to use this property as a short-term rental from the inception of the building plan to the final inspection without consideration for many of those living in the neighborhood or the impact that it would have on our small, quiet, family-oriented community, and then plan to continue renting for 8 to 10 years when they will eventually be able to retire here from Massachusetts. This goes completely against the exact same reasons why they bought in our community in the first place. If you approve this, my main concern with allowing this house to be a vacation rental is the sheer monstrosity of the size of the house and the impact that it could bring to our neighborhood. It will add at least 8 more transients to our street, along with their families and guests who regularly visit. When does this end? There are other vacant lots in our neighborhood. Will we have to oppose each one as they build them? Will they make a blanket rule to allow these rentals throughout the county? If they're permitted to use this as a vacation rental, please require that they have rules and regulations in place. 1, the time restrictions for noise and traffic. Rules for the use of the stand-up paddle boards kayaks, and swim spa that are on the property and available for renters to use. There has already been multiple times when we have seen inexperienced renters headed out into the Gulf on heavy wind days when there's local boat wind advisories with no adults or life jackets present. And please include instructions for boats in the canal and waterways, such as observing no wake zones and cleaning the fish in the canals and leaving their carcasses. Thank you for considering our opposing views.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to speak to this item? Okay. We can hear from the applicant again. Is the applicant online still?
She raised her
She
hand,
raised her
but it
hand.
looks like she's still muted. Gotta unmute yourself. There you go.
I just did, thank you.
Okay, would you like to respond to those comments we just heard from the neighbors?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to sort of clarify that we built this house as our vacation home. And part of that, in order to afford it, is to be able to rent it. So just to clarify that we didn't build it solely to rent it. We built it to be our retirement home. And we would like to be able to rent it in order to maintain maintain it, in order to alleviate some of the cost burden that came with building the home. We acknowledge that the reason that there was a warning that was issued was because we had some unruly occupants who were there during scallop season. It's unfortunate that although all of 2 out of the 3 people who spoke today do have our contact information, and they never reached out to us to let us know that there was any issue there, because we would have dealt with it immediately. It is our priority is to protect our neighborhood and our neighbors, but also our asset. And we certainly would have wanted to know that there were concerns of activity at that house so that we could protect our asset and rectify it to make it better for the neighborhood as well. So it's unfortunate that we were never contacted in order to be able to make the situation better. But acknowledging that that's a difficult time of year, and it brings a lot of boats, and it brings a lot of local people who rent the property and then invite others, that's the reason why we've agreed not to rent it during scallop season, which we recognize is, can be 10 or more days in July. And we would certainly block that and not allow rentals during that time period. Through the planning committee, we agreed to not have more than 4 cars parked in the driveway because the driveway can accommodate that. No boat trailers in the neighborhood or in the driveway. No pets except for service animals, and no more than 8 people at the property, staying at the property. We've also put up signs on the property acknowledging when quiet hours are, and we're 100% willing to adhere to all of the standards that Pasco County has in order to ensure that the neighborhood remains the type of neighborhood that we wanted to buy in, and that our neighbors want to continue to live in. We know that there have been other short-term rentals in our neighborhood that are not registered. One of the individuals who spoke today did own one of those properties, and we just find it a little bit unfortunate that the choice was to sort of target us specifically in this, which has been a very difficult thing for my husband and I to manage and understand, when all we've done is try to make ourselves available to the neighbors and address concerns as they come up. So we're hopeful that in agreeing to all the conditions and ensuring that we're not renting during scallop season, that we can accommodate these issues and be able to move forward so that we can maintain the home and keep it. Otherwise, we would have to sell the property, which is something we don't want to do. And we know the trickle-down effect that will have on the small businesses that support us in that area, both with a local cleaning company, a local pool service company, a local landscaper, and then all the other sort of businesses that are tangentially affected when you know, people can't come to the area and enjoy everything that the area has to offer.
I'm going to ask a question, Nikki. When you rented it out before, did you go through like Airbnb, Vrbo, or did you do it privately?
Airbnb and Vrbo, because they give us the best protection for, you know, dealing with difficult people, or if there's damage or anything like that. And they also have have instituted strict guidelines about parties, which we don't want to happen at our property. So they're the best option to help alleviate some of those issues.
So let me ask you, when you rented it out to these people, did they have like an A rating? Were there any issues from before with them? Were any complaints?
No, we can see the reviews that other hosts have given them, and there weren't any issues. We also didn't know that they were inviting local friends and family. Had we known that, we would have put a stop to that as soon as possible. In my mind, that would have been considered a party and in violation of their Airbnb agreement.
Did you report them to Airbnb?
We didn't know about it until the Planning Commission meeting.
Commissioner Starkey.
So I sent 2 photos to Mr. Carballa to put up. And, you know, I know when I was chair of the Tourism Council, this is something that we discussed, and that was 10 years ago, maybe? And that these issues are going to come up, because the reality is we have thousands and thousands of these in the county. And I don't see any way that our citizens can afford to pay code enforcement to go shut each one of them down. In my mind, the answer is to have regulations. I am a user of Airbnb and VRBO all the time, and so I have 2, maybe 3 within 7 houses of mine in Gulf Harbors on the water, like she is, and you know, I'm not going to say it's great having some people live across the street that are from out of state, and it's a little awkward, but I've personally never been inconvenienced. I sure wouldn't want a house full of partiers next to me coming in every week. And so, I mean, this is how many you'll see here in Gulf Harbors. And the other one was up in Hudson, and there's a lot more. You have to zoom in tighter. You can't treat one differently than the other, I don't think. So I think if they're not allowed to have theirs, you're going to have to shut all these down too. So that's going to be an interesting proposition. In my mind, we need to regulate and license these. And I've always thought it was odd that we're collecting their bed tax money, but they're illegal. So how is that possible? I'm wondering, and I don't know if the county attorney has the answer to this, and I would ask this homeowner, I know you can't put cameras in bedrooms and things, but it seems to me that you should be able to we have them in our house to be on our boat at Gulf Harbors. I have them in both houses. I have a camera that shows if someone comes in my front door, and I have a camera that is going out on my dock and my boat. And so you should be able to see if there's inappropriate activity going on and maybe kind of self-regulate. And in my mind, if there is, you know, 3 strikes, you're out, and you lose your ability to be a short-term rental, I think makes more sense than the program that we have now. Because right now, we have no enforcement of anything. And it's just a free-for-all. So those are my thoughts on it. I would be inclined to approve her with the conditions that they put a camera on the outside, so if there's more than 8 people getting on their boat or whatever, that they can see it. And if there's 3 times something going on that is disruptive to the neighborhood, they're done and they're out. So you have an opportunity to be a good neighbor to the people on your street. So, because I listened to the Planning Commission, and I thought about this for a while. We have 5,000 or 6,000 in the county.
And there's probably 250, I think, we saw in the Hudson area.
Yeah.
In this immediate
Yeah.
area.
Like I said, you zoom in closer, they pop up more, so. And I would say, you're chair of the Tourism Council, that these do play a role in when families come for sporting events. Sometimes they're more comfortable staying in a house than a hotel. Sometimes it's cheaper, you get to cook your meals and whatever, or come visit family. So I just think we have to do a good job of regulating.
Mr. Chairman, based on the commissioner's comments, I need to remind you again that the legislature has taken away your ability to modify the ordinance that you currently have in place. So there's,
Right. It would change it.
you can't change it. You could,
Or we get rid of it.
You could repeal it,
Right.
and then it's a free-for-all throughout the county. Anybody can have unless
Well,
you have
what's going on right there?
unless you have a deed restriction.
That's unregulated short-term right there.
But what you have in place is you have an ordinance that's pretty stringent to go through. I mean, they had to take a lot of steps to make this happen, including the announcements, and going through the process. And that's how everyone's got done. I think it's like only the 3rd one we've done. And it's not simple. As far as the conditions, what conditions could be put on it? Could we just, are we?
It's a
able to put it in?
conditional use, so you can put whatever reasonable conditions you think would attach to the property and protect the neighbors. I have one in my neighborhood, not in Pasco County. They do have cameras on the outside. I only know that because there's a notification on their gate that says you're being televised. Some Airbnb, VRBO owners do post cameras around their property. I think that, as with any, though I don't see it as I have to go back and look at the conditions, but I think if there were constant complaints, that would be another thing that if there were a condition, their conditional use could be terminated.
And that we can ask for a camera and a number of complaints. I would go for that.
I mean, I'm not sure what the camera gets you.
It tells you if
But
there's a party going on in the back.
But it tells the owner that there's a party going on in the
Yeah.
back. It does.
Then the neighbors don't have to be reporting, and then they should want to know what's going on at their property. I would if it was mine. People weren't breaking the rules.
You want to come forward, Liam?
Yes, I do just want to make aware, condition number 5, and I'll actually read the condition for you. So the owner/applicant shall designate a local representative/property manager as a local contact for the vacation rental. The local representative/property manager's contact information to include phone number, email address, shall be provided to the property owners of Gulf Shores First Plat subdivision, and then Pine Island Estates Plat, which is directly across the street, and Pasco County Planning Development through certified of mailing no later than 15 days from the date of the approval. Evidence of the mailing shall be provided to Planning and Development Department. Names and addresses of the property owner shall be deemed those appearing on the latest tax roll. If the local representative or property manager is changed, notice of the identified above, notice of the as identified above shall be provided within 15 days of the change of representatives. So basically what that's meaning is they have to have a local representative. So if there is a complaint, they can reach out to that local representative and have a complaint to them, to the property owner, and then the local person who is within the county.
Well, that's the minimum I think we should require. I know when there was one in Aristida that before this ordinance came about, what was really getting the neighborhood upset was the people renting the house would take the garbage out to the street, and then the garbage cans would be there for days rolling around, and everyone else had to take care of their garbage cans. So I would put that as the minimum, but I would make them have the cameras and put X amount of strikes, and you lose your conditional use then. That would be my motion.
So, well,
What?
wait.
Today's my anniversary. I'm gonna miss my anniversary. too.
I understand that, but that condition's not enforceable the way you just stated it.
Why?
For the,
Okay, you say it better.
so I would then, if you want to have a provision that says, if 3 warranted complaints are filed with the sheriff's office or code enforcement, it subjects them to revocation of their conditional use. I think you've got to pick a number and how that complaint system is going to be.
Well, that's tricky
driven.
because a neighbor could just arbitrarily, who doesn't want it there, could call 3 times and then they're done.
And then they get a hearing before you.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's.
As long as there's a.
But right now, you don't have anything in your conditional use that if there are a number of complaints to code or the sheriff's office, that you can really do anything about.
Well, as long as it comes back to us and we can, it's substantiated with proof that they're violating their conditions, I'm okay with that, I guess.
Liam, do we have anything in any of our other, I don't know that we've done very many of these conditional uses for Airbnb.
We don't have any other condition like that in our conditional uses.
But we could put one in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, will you craft that? Board members, what do you guys think?
I think you're on. There could be a couple more things added in there.
Okay. Go, I got dinner.
Paddle boaters, or everyone's going to we'll just follow the rules with life vests.
Okay.
So I would, another condition would be that the holder of the conditional use provide safety information for their tenants for water safety, for any of the equipment that they are leaving them to use.
Okay.
Okay. Liam, you got that one? Okay. What else?
Landscaping, appearances.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Cleanliness.
The exterior of the home,
No garbage cans left out on the street. That's a pet peeve.
Actually, that's one of the things that I have heard the most complaints about, that the exterior of the home and landscaping needs to be maintained, that trash cans need to be off the street, unless in accordance with our solid waste ordinance.
Okay. And if there are these problems, it does come back to the board.
Yeah, so then there, as some of the board members are aware, we have had revocations of conditional uses, which then come back for a full public hearing, and both sides argue about whether or not the conditional use has been violated.
All right. As far as cameras go, to have the cameras in spots where there be, let's say, outside places, inside places.
Driveway?
Driveway, out back as well.
That's all you need.
And then you put all those cameras in, and if there is a complaint, that they make sure there's a camera that can be that's recordable, that we can actually look at within the 24-hour period. So we got at least a running tape of 24 hours.
Yeah,
I don't know how to phrase that, but.
So I don't know that exterior cameras, I think, there's probably something you can require. I don't know that.
Not interior. We're not saying interior.
Okay.
Driveway, and backyard.
That the exterior of the home will have video surveillance with a 24-hour a 24-hour tape that members of the sheriff's office or code enforcement could review, and the planning department could review those tapes if a complaint was filed.
Okay.
That's good. That's a good thing. Okay, I move for approval based on those conditions.
In addition to the conditions that,
Yeah,
that are
including
in
our
your-
new conditions.
Yeah.
I think we just made a good blueprint.
Mr. Chair, I just asked for clarification, because I'm probably going to have to help Liam draft this, so.
Well, I knew it wasn't going to be my problem.
So I'm not clear on the strikes. Are we doing 3 strikes, and you have to?
3?
Or-
And it
That's
comes
up
to us?
Well,
It
and I want
doesn't
to be
mean
clear,
they're
are we
out.
talking
It
about
means-
3 complaints that they violated the other conditions? Is that what we're talking about? Not just any complaint. It's a complaint that they violated one of the conditions we just talked about.
3 warranted regarding any county ordinance violation, I think, because likely it's going to be noise. I mean, I would think it's likely going to be a noise complaint if it's anything.
So there's a violation of a county ordinance or the conditions of
Or
approval?
the conditions of approval,
Not
yes.
just, I call and make a complaint because I don't like them. I want to
Right.
be clear that it's got to violate some county ordinance or the conditions of approval. And if the county determines there is at least that's happened 3 times, is that what we're talking about? That it could be subject to revocation?
Yes.
Right.
But we have to take a look at it.
It comes back to us.
Well, revocation means it comes back to you. I just want to know what,
He wants
Gets-
to know the
what's
trigger,
the
right?
threshold to be subject to revocation?
The third.
So it's 3 instances of where the county's determined that they've either violated the county ordinance or the conditions of approval. Okay.
Yep.
That's clear, thank you. Liam, did you have more clarifications?
No, that was going to be my question.
Okay.
All right. So I have a
Liam and I
motion.
think alike.
I have a motion and a second.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Roll call vote?
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to point out that the lawyers gave me a headache again.
All right, item P-51. We approve?
Yes, the item was published in the Tampa Bay Times on January 4th, 2023, and March 1st, 2023, and by affidavit of certified mailings.
Okay.
He wished you a happy anniversary, even though.
Oh, thank you. I'm hoping I get to make my dinner, but my husband's like, get in the car.
I'll try to make this quick for you. I know this is.
Well, I'm very excited about this.
Anticipated.
This is very special what we're doing here, so.
The anniversary or
This
the
is-
ordinance?
No, this ordinance is very good.
I'm gonna roll today. You're going to a wrestling match, right?
All right, good afternoon. Amy Heiler with Long Range Planning. This is the transmittal hearing for a proposed large-scale comprehensive plan amendment in the name of CPAL 2201 Odessa Town Center PD. The subject property is located in the South Market area and urban service area. So the first couple slides is going to go through a little historical background of the project and the scope of work that occurred. On 10/14/2021, the county initiated a comprehensive plan or strategized working towards initiating a proposed comprehensive plan amendment that is staff initiated or county initiated. The area is located west of Gun Highway, north of Interlaken along State Road 54. This is where the old flea market is located. And so at this meeting, you'll see the proposed conceptual plan that was crafted by by our not developers, but I'm sorry, I'm losing the
Planning
terminology.
department.
Not just the planning department, the consultant. Thank you.
Consultant.
Thank you so much. So that was crafted by the consultant to kind of give a visual representation of what could have occurred in this area and what some of the strategies that the planning department wanted to see in this area, being your mixed-use, vertically integrated, and employment-generating land uses. So at this neighborhood meeting, we showed this visual and ended up gathering some comments from the attendees at this meeting, which is represented here, and it is also in your attachment as a summary of what the comments were. So with some of the comments that were captured, we went back to the drawing board, worked with our consultant, and crafted 3 scenarios. So the first scenario that you see here on the left, on the upper left corner, is a scenario that is basically taking into consideration status quo, how the development is occurring as is without any changes, being your multifamily development. So this is visualizing what this area would look like with an additional multifamily development. Your second scenario here is taking into consideration the existing uses along Gun Highway and interlaken and integrating some of these mixed-use planning efforts, being your multifamily, higher density residential, your employment-generating land uses, any commercial retail office opportunities that we would see in this area. There's also an integrated roadway network to ensure that there is internal capture and provide that alternative relief to both Gun Highway and State Road 54. And then scenario 3 is just a complete overhaul. Scenario 3 is disregarding the existing land use and saying these are the proposed uses that we would like to see here in these proposed locations. So after we went to the drawing board and received some of those conceptual plans, we had a second neighborhood meeting on 5/12 of 2022. These are some of the slides that were presented at that neighborhood meeting, basically going through these proposed conceptual plans, but also engaging the community in various ways. What you see here are 2 separate activities that we had. It was basically like a charrettes. We had 18 by 24 inch maps printed, conceptual plans printed. We had trace paper on top, and we put the planning effort in the hands of the community. So we had various engagement opportunities for them to provide us with some recommendations, ask questions, and advise on what some of the uses or where the uses they would like to see in these areas. So scenario 1, or activity 1, was basically a review and a collaboration of sticky notes to say, what are some of the things that you would like to see here and what are some of the concerns that you have in this area? And then activity 2 was our breakout session where the community did engage in these area plans and put little dots on where they wanted to see some of these uses occur. And so here are just some visuals capturing the outcome of how many people attended. It was pretty good pretty good turnout.
Almost every landowner.
And after that meeting, we ended up going back and captured some of those comments with the consultant. So this is the 3rd round of quote-unquote conceptual plans that we used to capture meetings or capture information from both of those neighborhood meetings. So scenario 1, maintaining status quo, still that reflecting the multifamily units in that area. Scenario 2, as you'll see, there is a little bit of change where some of the buildings are placed along the frontages of the right-of-ways. The red is representing more of your mixed-use commercial areas. The yellow's representing your residential. Purple's representing your industrial. And the blue is representing your office uses. So scenario 2 still maintains status quo, took into consideration the existing land uses. As you all are mainly aware, we do have the Lowe's project coming in as well. So Lowe's being located at the southwest corner of State Road 54 and Gun Highway. That was also taken into consideration when scenario 2 was drafted. And then scenario 3, complete overhaul, where you have your non-residential uses, your mixed uses of your commercial retail or commercial and residential located up along the frontage of 54, and then some of your employment generating uses located internally. And these are some of the meeting notes and concerns that we did receive as a summary from that neighborhood meeting as well. And as you'll note on some of these comments, basically one of the main concerns that we did receive from residents was the fact that they just didn't want this change or this plan to negatively impact their project or their property, I'm sorry. And so here's just some representations of the engagements that we had and some of the concerns from these overlays and that breakout session. So with that, here we are. So we are here to propose a staff-initiated comprehensive plan amendment. As you see here, the proposal is to amend the future land use from a large-scale comprehensive plan amendment to maps 2-15 and sheet 22 from Res 9 and ROR to PD on approximately 81.47 acres. It is located at the southwest corner of the intersection of State Road 54 and Gun Highway, and a resolution to the proposal is to amend future land use maps 2-15 and sheet 22, as well as create sub-area policy 7.1.68 Odessa Town Center PD, and amend map 2-9, creating map 2-968 in the name of Odessa Town Center PD. There is an accompanying rezoning that you shall be hearing within the next couple months or so, weeks or so, probably 4 to 6 weeks, anticipating, and that is going to be for a portion of the overall Odessa Town Center PD. So these are the policies that the proposed amendment is consistent with. As you see, the subject site is located at 54 and Gun Highway, north of Interlaken. The existing future land use being Res 9 and ROR. The existing FLU being PD. And this is the accompanying conceptual plan. So within the Odessa Town Center PD, we have established this area in villages. So we have 3 separate villages. We have a village EG represented in your goldish color, brownish, yellowish color. Village LI in your purple color, and Village MU. EG is the employment generating use, or Village LI is the light industry village, and MU is your mixed use village. So I'll go into just a little bit of detail on this. So the mixed use village is going to be where your high density residential is primarily located. This village is intended to act as a mixed use village with your residential, non-residential employment generating uses. We are also imposing the requirement that, or policy directive that we have been discussing for quite some time now, where any of the non-residential uses or any of the multifamily uses located up along State Road 54 shall be vertically integrated. So the applicant or the proposed MPUD or portion of the proposed MPD will be accommodating that. However, this area is intended to be within the sub-area policy. The Odessa Town Center allows for 32 dwelling units per gross acre as a density, and it also allows for 3.0 floor area ratio as your intensity that will be implemented through a series of MPUDs over time. So the mixed use village is where your residential components, higher density residential, is going to be primarily located. Your light industry, which is located along Gun Highway, the light industry was crafted to maintain status quo. If you look at the existing, oh, I don't have the zoning in here. Okay, well, if you look at the existing zoning land use, it is C2 currently with ROR. We wanted to maintain that. So those residents are not negatively impacted by this. They are maintaining status quo, still have the opportunity for your employment generating land uses, as well as your retail, office, commercial uses along the corridor. Internally, however, that is where one of the major changes are occurring. That's going to be your village EG. That is where your employment generating target industry village or target industry uses are going to be prioritized internally within this area. As you see, there are also roadway segments delineated in this conceptual plan, this is going to be treated as your local internal capture roadway to ensure that there is capacity alleviated from State Road 54 and internal capture as well. And then within the sub-area policy, just to ensure everybody's aware, we do have a language in the sub-area policy that if a property owner does not want to opt in to the Odessa Town Center PD, they still have the right to use the property as is to the full extent. So they would not negatively be impacted by any of these changes in the comprehensive plan. So with that, we would like to recommend or ask you to authorize transmittal of the proposed amendment to DEO and the other reviewing agencies. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioner Starkey?
Well,
Make it quick.
this was a really interesting educational experience. You know, we held these meetings at the Starkey TLC, invited all the landowners. The only one I think that didn't come maybe was Eric Swajnin, just because I don't know why we just didn't have his contact information, but he's in. And we would have had this before, but we had another landowner say, wait, I want my property to be in this as well.
Correct.
So we had to wait, re-advertise, and he had a big piece, and so he is joined here. I only wish we had started this before the Lowe's came in, because we would have made it fit better, I think. But there's a trail system going, we're not getting into any of that with the trail or anything?
Yes, I can go into that a
Yeah,
little
go
bit,
quick,
sure.
yeah, 'cause you know me and trails.
So you will, and this will be, you'll see more of a visual when the MPD comes in.
Okay.
That will implement this a little bit stronger, but yes, along State Road 54, there is a trail. It is going to be connected, and I believe that this is going to connect in the
This is the
future
Orange
to the
Belt.
Orange Belt, correct? And so there is a trail proposed along the western boundary where your mixed use is from State Road 54 to Interlaken. There's also a trail within the center of the project being located along Blissfield. So what you'll see is you'll have a trail along the western. The trail will connect through Blissfield, up Gun, and then through, or up Old Gun, and then through the Lowe's project to Gun Highway, and that will provide a level of connectivity from the school to the Old Gun Highway, and in the end, it will connect to the old Orange Belt Trail system.
And right near here, there will be a mid-block crossing for that Orange Belt to get across the street to Starkey. And that trail going down between on the left edge or the western edge of this to Interlaken, that goes to a couple of schools and a church that are back there. And it activates the community that's down there, Trinity East and others, to be able to go to the restaurants that will be along 54, on the first floor of the building that will be along 54, without having to, they can come in a golf cart, they can come in a bike, they can walk the stroller. And so it really activates this as pedestrian center. So pretty excited about it.
Very good.
Yeah. It is, I think there's some residents here.
All right. Any more questions for staff? All right. And there's a public hearing, so any public like to speak to this item?
We do have one person who signed up, Gerald Spear.
My name is Gerald Spear. I live at 13232 Blitzfield Road, Odessa, Florida, and I have been sworn in. I have some things here I'd like to enter into evidence.
Move to receive and file?
Second.
Roll call vote?
I made one for each one of you.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye.
Go ahead.
I was hoping you'd get the pictures so I could go with them and explain to you as I would like to mention the one thing about you were saying earlier about we'd have choices to sell or not. Well, unfortunately, I have one of the smallest piece of property, so you have very little minimum of what you can do with it, and you've decided to make my property a park. I have no problem. I think what you're doing is going to be a wonderful. When it's finished, it's going to be something really wonderful. But I will not have a choice on selling or not, because on one side, well, first, let's go, since you have the pictures. When you turn off of Monmouth Road, that's Blitzfield Road. It says number 1 on it at the top. It says Blitzfield Road. And that's, if you see, at one time I had beautiful trees and people living there, and that's been taken away from me. Now I have all as a white fence. When I turn left into my property in picture number 2, that is the house I live in. And if you look, that's the driveway that I turn in off of Blitzfield. Picture 3 is if you're on my front porch, which I have a beautiful big southern back front porch that you can stay on. If you look, that's what my front porch is. All that is construction now in front of me. If you look at picture number 4, it shows some of the equipment that they're bringing in to work in now, what they're doing now. I thought some of this stuff was supposed to wait until after some of this stuff was done. I was told at one of the meetings that this probably wasn't exempt at the time, but some of this stuff would not be done until we were bought out or a developer come in. Because this construction, it wakes me up sometimes in the mornings when the noise it makes, these machines hitting the ground and stuff. If you look at picture number 5, it shows from the front, there's where that tree stump and stuff is. They're putting in a road so that they can build that. On picture number 6, where you can see mission self-storage, that's what's going in the front of me. And then the last picture is a picture of, if you look at the top of my house, it's a large house. It's a big house, and on the right side of the picture is a long part. If you look at the paperwork that I give you with that, mainly stuff in the yellow. If you look at my house is in the big all yellow spot, that's where the park will be. That's where the house sits. And if you look, if you put a road through there like it might be planned at some day, my house will be tore up right there. If you look at the front of it, on the map too, Blitzfield will be widened, so it takes the front of the property, a lot of it. If you look at the back of it, it says that that's where one of your trails are going to come through, which is a good idea for a park to have a trail next to it. I agree. What you're doing is a wonderful thing, but I am going to have to leave. I'm 70 years old. If this takes 5 years to do, and I'm 75, I've already been in the hospital last year once. I've got another hernia that I have to go to the surgeon next week to find out when I can have this fixed. I've had so many, at the age I'm getting, the moving is going to be very, very hard on me. And I feel an urgency to come to you guys and try to get this done so that you can either buy my house or get me moved. Because if I get to be 80, I can't move. And this stuff has to be done. So I am the one piece of property out of all the land that you're talking about. I'm not trying to stop you from doing any of this. I commend what it's going to look like when it's done. It's going to be beautiful. It's sad for me because I have it. If you look at the second piece of paper, in 1994 and 2004, I bought this piece of property and I saved this piece. I paid $92,000 for this house 19 years ago. So when I sell it and I have to move, which I'm going to have to, it's just time, my property tax is going to go up to wherever I go. I'll no longer have a well or septic, so I'll start having to, all my bills are going to go up, everything. And I understand that, and I'm willing to take the responsibility. But I'm asking for an urgency to you guys to help me, because I feel like that if you guys don't, that I'm going to have to go to some kind of commercial real estate people and try to get help. Because I'm going to have, I don't want to be stuck and the county just run over me. And I would like some input from you guys, because I'm really You know, the older you get, the more you worry about, you know, am I going to have to live my remaining 10, 15 years in a trailer in some trailer lot? Is that what you guys are going to put me in?
I think your time's up, but
I requested for 10 minutes. I came down here, and I can show you the piece of paper.
I didn't get the request,
no, sorry.
but
Here's a piece of paper. I came down here and requested for it for 10 minutes.
okay, I didn't see it. Did you get a response from
No,
somebody?
here's the piece of paper that I asked for.
Yeah, can we get the planning director to come up and explain how this would work for him? Because he has legitimate questions.
Thank you.
And I'm trying to find on the project,
Before we get to that, though,
I have a question for Terry. Yeah.
I know, but we'll go still in public comment. So let's hang on. So we'll talk with you even after the meeting, sir?
At 6.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm just worried. I don't want to end up in my last 15 years in an 800-foot square trailer,
And I think if you,
especially with what I got now.
we'll meet with you after, but if you
Thank you.
would,
Thank
we'll-
you very much, sir.
we'll go on. All right, is anyone else here to speak on this item, public comment? Yes, sir. Have you been, you were sworn in? Okay,
Doesn't matter, this is legislative.
okay,
You just move to legislative.
all right.
I'm Herbert Heap, live at 2131 Old Gun Highway in Odessa. And if you come out of the southwest rear corner of the flea market, you're going to be looking at our place. Got 12 acres there. Got road frontage. On my north side is Blissfield Road. East side is Old Gun Highway. I got a right of way going out to Interlake on my south. And let's see, Pasco County School Bus Garage is on my rear side, west side. And then Lynn Zabel, which is sitting back there, has 10 acres on my west side. And I feel like I got a big target on me with that big piece of ground sitting right where I believe somebody wants to put a town center. When we started all this about 2 years ago, we had I'll tell you, my wife was with me when we started this 2 years ago. 2 weeks ago, my wife passed away at hospice at Gulfside, so I'm doing this alone now.
So sorry.
Anyway, 2 years ago, there's a fellow showed up named Michael Seltzer. Seltzer Steakhouses sound familiar? Same guy from Montreal. Said his client was Sovereign Company, and they give a plan, and the plan is right up there. And so now, 2 years later, we're working on the plan. And a couple of the problems is there's 2 roads they want to put in. If I'm not living there, that's fine. But if I'm living there, then it looks like it's going to go through my house. The other problem was everybody, because we got that 12 acres at that corner, we got probably about 100 different people coming after the property. And you ought to see the letters of intent, the most fraudulent pieces of not very nice stuff anyway. But if Pasco County could really get in there and get a legitimate developer, I'll move. You know, give me the money, I'll move. Money talks, you know how it goes. But just get some legitimate people in there and do the development, not somebody sneaking in the back door of the courthouse trying to, hey, we'll get this old guy out of here. You know what understand what I mean, any of you? It's, when you got that big a property, I'm sitting on the corner, and if we don't sell, it sort of ties up everybody else's property too. So, okay, well, I don't know, I'm out of time maybe.
You still got a minute to go.
You got a minute.
Okay, you all understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
I've been there 51 years. We bought it December of 1971, and we built that house, and my wife and I carved our homestead out there. And because of an operation over here at the hospital, they botched the operation, and it didn't work, and my wife has passed away, and so I don't know what I'm going to do now. I'm one guy on one big piece of ground, and they all want me out of there. Got white hair and an old guy. Okay, I'm running out of time.
Sir, just a quick question for you.
Yeah.
Did you say you were at the corner of Gun Highway in Blissfield?
It's the Old Gun
Old
Highway
Gun Highway,
in
okay.
Blissfield. And
Right.
if you came out the southwest, I probably did. I'm
No,
so
I think you said
tired.
it right. I just want to make sure I knew.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, see, my wife went in the hospital December 19th, and I've been with her every day, even to the day she died, and 7 days a week, and I'm really tired. And then to have the planning meeting, which was about a month ago, wasn't it, I believe? And I came to it, and now I come to this meeting, and like I said, I'm really tired, not thinking straight, but got to be here, let you know. This old guy's here, I'm willing to sell. I believe, talked to Catherine at one of the meetings. She said, would you be willing to sell? Yes, we'd be willing to sell, but let's get a legitimate developer, not a bunch of shysters, you know, at the, I was trying to think, it must have been at the planning meeting, one of the lawyers stood up and looked back at our area, the flea market. He says, this blighted area. Well, we might be blighted, but I've been there for 51 years, and it's paid for, my house is paid for, and I don't want to move, but now that I've lost my wife, it's really changed my thinking.
Yeah,
And I know,
I'm so sorry.
I know you got some big plans for the area, and they're good plans, they sound good. But just watch these developers.
I agree.
And I don't like the way they like to sneak in the back door of the courthouse and talk to people behind your back.
Yep.
It's not exactly the sunshine law. It's not transparent. If you want to talk to us, get us at a round table, sit down, and, hey, this is what we like to do, and these people are legitimate. You know, I don't need a bunch of shysters.
I'll get with you after the meeting.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Understand what I'm saying?
Not today, but
Okay. Okay, talk to you.
next week. Yes, I will definitely get with you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Bye.
Anyone else here from public comment? All right,
I do want someone from the, oh,
motion?
okay. Oh, she's here for public comment.
How about that?
Christy Brewer with Height Design. I represent the Gato MPUD, which is on the western side. It's about 15 acres. Amy was alluding to it earlier. We've been working with staff on the north-south trail as well as the east-west trail along Blissfield. And you'll be hearing about our MPUD in May or June. We'll be here before you. But just wanted to say I support the county in this comp plan amendment, and we're looking forward to bringing the MPUD forward as this moves forward as well.
Okay.
So I didn't know if you had any questions about the Gato project specifically, but I'm here to answer anything you have.
Well, I will just let you all know that, that we have strung this developer on for at least an extra year as we went through this process, but we had a willing seller that was willing to wait, and, you know, this company that's coming is very well funded, so everyone could hang on, because it took a long time to get this plan through, and, you know, we want to make sure we met with the community and they understood, and, you know, this is not an area, this is an area where people have lived for a long time, and they're not developers, and they're not builders, and they're not planners, so I really appreciate them coming along with us. We haven't had anyone sell since we went through this, though they are circling around, as you heard. But it would have been a kind of community that no one would have really liked, you know, if we were letting it go without this kind of plan. And they can still do that, but our hope is that we end up with a really good community plan here that's to everyone's advantage. And by the county taking on the cost of upzoning, because that's kind of what we did here, we believe we increased the value of their property. I thought we were going to have a land use attorney here to help explain this, so I guess I'm not a land use attorney, but we took the guesswork out of the zoning for, or is it zoning or comp plan change? What's the right word?
This is a comp plan change
Okay,
that you're transmitting.
we took the uncertainty out of a comp plan change for anyone, for developers, and the residents did not have to pay for it. So that is the benefit, if I'm saying that right, of doing something like this. Did I say that right? Yeah.
Okay.
You guys have any questions?
Anyone have any questions?
Move to approve.
Hang on. I gotta close public comment.
I am not going to make my anniversary dinner. It's at 6 o'clock in Dunedin.
Mr. Chair, I will be very brief.
Bradford.
And I appreciate I appreciate the developer. I appreciate everything. This is a great project. If we can find the money we can pay off mortgages for sinkholes in other neighborhoods. We should be able to help 2 of our elderly citizens. Now, how you do that, I don't know. I'm not one of the lawyers. But I do know that it's great to develop. It's great to create jobs. I love everything about it. But we cannot leave a vulnerable citizen behind.
I think you're going to find when this is done that they're going to not have any issues.
Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your anniversary.
Okay. Jerry, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I know Commissioner Starkey had asked a question earlier. So one thing for the board to know and for the community to know is that the way we designed this sub-area plan and policy was to maximize the flexibility of the existing landowners such that if they want to sell, it's their choice. And if they want to stay, again, it's their choice. And their existing current uses may remain there until such time that they choose to sell. And when they do sell, the new developer or the new property owner that comes along will then have to comply with whatever zoning changes they want to make that are consistent with the comprehensive plan that is proposed before you today.
So, Mr. County Attorney, is it best just let these gentlemen talk with the developer coming in at this point?
Well, that's the only way.
That's what I'm thinking. I just want to hear it from him.
Yeah.
So, yes, I mean, they have the choice of maintaining their property the way it is. Now, the conditions are changing around them, or to have, or to deal with whoever becomes the master or multiple master developers of this conceptual plan.
So best for them to wait just a little bit longer then?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
All right, so gentlemen, probably best you wait a little bit longer and then get with it. We'll go a little bit further down the line.
Yeah, and my office will help all weekend.
Okay.
But this is gonna generate activity.
Okay, is there any other public to speak to this item?
Mr. Chair, I don't know if I stated on the record, but there's no one on WebEx for this item.
No on WebEx, I don't see anyone else coming forward to close public comment. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve this.
Second?
It would be moved to transmit it.
Move to transmit this.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Roll call vote?
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye.
And I will say, Terry said that this was a project that his department really enjoyed getting in and having this experience. And I've got another site for them, but he says they're busy. But I
Okay.
picked out another one. You might find some in your district.
Well, I tell you what,
It's a
it is-
quadrant, it's a,
this was a great project you
Sector.
brought forward. You did
Yeah.
it the right way. And just like Liam's working with our commercial stuff, not nearly as intense as this, but that's what we need to do, just like we did in Boatyard and Hudson too a little while ago.
Yeah.
So, great job.
thank you.
All right, so I've just got the committee reports to go, so County Administrator?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just really two quick items. As we continually work to improve the development process, we've discovered some gaps between some of our development practices and actual policies, especially as they relate to the school board. So I'd really like to request two things from the board. Number one, that we would like to have some direction from the board to revisit our interlocal with Pasco County School Boards, especially as they regard school district fees related to development. So in the past, we've had a past practice where we have not charged them fees, but we do not seem to have a policy on file that allows them to be exempt. So in this particular case, we need to rectify that formally through the interlocal agreement. And then I would also like the board to consider a site plan review fee waiver for the proposed Angeline Elementary and Athletic Facility.
Okay. Do I have a motion for that? Have a motion?
I'll move approval.
In a second? Roll call vote?
Second.
Commissioner Starkey, hang on for one second.
Don't, hang on one second.
One
We
more-
need a vote.
we need
Just
one more
stand
vote.
right there.
Go ahead. Roll call vote?
District 1, Commissioner Oakley. District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
Did you pick her up? Just for the record, Commissioner Starkey said aye. Commissioner Bradford, District 4.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you, sir. The only other thing that I would like to mention is, she was here in the morning, but not here anymore, but I'd just like to congratulate Margaret Smith, our Engineering Services Director. She is retiring. She's been with us since 2014, has done a phenomenal job. Her replacement is on board and being trained, but we just want to congratulate Margaret. She would have killed me if I put a resolution forward for her, so I was hoping to embarrass her in the morning, but it got away from us. But I would just like to publicly acknowledge her service and thank her.
Yeah, I wish I'd known. She did a great job for us. Thank you. All right, County Attorney.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we had a request from the tax collector to, and I'm not sure whether the board is familiar with this or not. There, in December, there was a bond validation case in Leon County, Tallahassee, that the court included some language which basically indicated that the Florida PACE funding agency was a governmental entity and created by interlocal agreement, and therefore they didn't have to ask local governments for permission to operate within their districts. That has created a lot of angst through the 67 counties. Tax collector is one of those who has some angst about it. He asked that the county attorney's office write Mr. Moran at the Florida PACE Funding Agency a letter similar to that which was issued by Palm Beach County. Mr. Goldstein and I have reviewed that letter, have made some David's made some edits to it. We would like the board's authority for the county attorney or the chief assistant to send that letter to the Florida PACE Funding Agency. Basically says, we think our interlocal agreement, that the Leon County case didn't change any of the rules, and you got an interlocal agreement with us, and if you're terminating it, then you're not allowed to do business in Pasco County. But I would like the board's permission to send that letter.
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion, second, and roll call vote.
District 1, Commissioner Oakley.
Aye.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey. District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Chairman Mariano.
Aye.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk?
I have 2 items. The first is a event my office is putting on coming up next week. It's called Operation Greenlight. It's where we provide Pasco County motorists with an opportunity to remove suspensions on their driver's license due to failure to pay court obligations. And what we do is we waive fees, and we are very flexible in working in payment terms, so if they either want to pay in full or in a payment plan. That is coming up next week, March 30th and 31st, so that's Thursday and Friday. Those times are from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., and then the following Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, so April 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And that is going to run the same time frame, except on the 5th, we're going to extend it even further from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. The other event is coming up in about a month from now, and it's with Operation Stand Down. And you all know One Community Now puts on Operation Stand Down. And it's going to be held at the Concourse Pavilion at Safety Town. And my office, along with the court, the public defender, and state attorney, put on Veterans Court that Friday, which is April 21st. Operation Stand Down runs from April 21st through the 23rd. It's an amazing event. It helps our veterans get services that they need all in one place. And as part of Veterans Court, it's a special court. It's going to be held at the Nature Center on the property. And what we do is we help veterans address outstanding criminal charges, help them get back on their feet. Court costs and fees are waived, and we help them to reinstate their driver's license so that they can get back and get moving forward. So I just wanted to let everybody know about those 2 events that are coming up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone here from the Sheriff's Office? Let me see Alexander out there. Okay. All right, so to my items, J.G. Murphy is not here right now, but I want to thank him. Mike, I'm sure you're helpful as well, but we had a Chasco Fest coming up, and usually we have an inmates put out the barricades for the safety of our citizens. Wasn't quite getting done. I called J.J. Friday. Within 30 seconds of the conversation, he says, I'll get it done. Today, they went out there, and I think they're over halfway done already, so they should be done by tomorrow. So thank you. It's one of our transition things about smoothing things out. I'm sure we'll be good for next year without any trouble whatsoever, but again, JJ did a great job. Just as Eric had done a great job helping with the inmates at the Wild Game Dinner for our New Port Richey Rotary as well. Hudson Beach, I just want to say, our stormwater team, Brantford, while you're away, they did a phenomenal job working with Keith Wiley to go out there, take all the sand that had gone down in the canal, pulled it back up, put it back up in the beach. I think they're going to be putting more beach sand out there, but your team did a phenomenal job with the equipment and getting it out there quick, so appreciate you for that. Do you have some pictures from Mike Malikos from In the Gulf? So In the Gulf is a very prominent restaurant on Hudson Beach, great for sunsets, really nice dining. When they say we don't have great places to eat, that's a great place to eat. He's asked for many times, and we've looked at it before. This is on Clark Street coming in, and all these trees right in here and all the spaces in between, at a minimum, I think we can pick up some more parking. I'd like staff to go take a look at that, maybe come back with a suggestion. If you would go to the next picture. Could be more potential on that side as well. Right now, we've got a 2-lane road going in there. This goes from 1 to 2. Makes it a little bit complex. I think if you had a really wide single lane, it might make it safer, might add for more parking. If you went around the corner, which I don't have the picture for it, it actually shows where we have a huge area that's all marked off, just to channel the traffic, and it could be actually more parking, especially for golf carts as well. So I'd like staff to go take a look at that and bring something back to us. And I am heading up to Tallahassee tonight. We've got the Tourist Development Council Tourism Day tomorrow, so I'll be out there, and I do have an appointment with Fish and Wildlife, and I'm going to be taking all the evidence that I was given that shows us for the past 4 years, our data shows our scalloping yields are just as high as the 2 counties to the north that have a lot longer time. So I'm going to be pushing to get all that for us. And I want to alert 2 other items. One, we're going to talk about Thursday at the meeting. We're going to talk about, we talk about New Port Richey. I've got an email, and there's about 10 other people on this email, including Mike, from Wilo Witanamini. Is that right? He's our utilities O&M manager. Anyway, we talked about a spill that was on the street, cleaned up or whatever, but we do need to talk, as Commissioner Starkey mentioned, about that New Port Richey plan, which we're part owners of, to look at some improvements we can. There's a lot of resiliency money out there, so I'm going to get you guys a copy of this email. Mike, if you'd forward it on to everybody, so everybody sees it and everybody knows what we're going to be talking about. And I want some very disturbing information I just got today. Way back when on Legionelline and Van Duren, we had some big homeless problem. It's county-owned property right off US 19 by Friendly Kia. We cleaned out the property once. We did it again and really cleaned up the area. At a certain point in time, probably 7, 8 years ago, I think it was, we worked with Habitat for Humanity with the previous group before we merged. And I say we because I was on the board at the time. And Cobus Applegren went out and got 51 properties. The county had a tough way to fund it because it was in a flood zone area that we couldn't use it for affordable housing. So Habitat built 7 homes in there, but had their elevator about 4 feet, decided not to go and build the other ones. Now, they had owed us the money. I said, if you're not going to use it, just give us the land back. And I just found out they went out and sold the land at a profit of $90,000 from the first parcels they sold. So I want, and I know Mike and Joanna are working on it to get more information to this, but I want to get more information to this, bring back an agenda item to what happened, where we stand, and could we get the land back if we wanted it, or was it not written in the contract that way? But at least find out where we stand with the rest of the properties as well.
Were there any stipulations on that land they couldn't sell it?
We're digging into it right now. We kind of like it was a bridge loan, so we don't know if there was, but I think, frankly, they should have come back to us. We talked about doing a lot of things in that property, and I will say that may be a topic comes up for the city conversation.
I'm fairly certain we're just the mortgage holder, but we're pulling the data and the information on
Yeah,
that.
I mean, we use taxpayer money to go get affordable housing out in that area, and for that to change, and they knew why we did that, I do want to investigate that more. All right. And I want to say thank you, everybody, but we're adjourned.
Pasco County waterways and wildlife depend on you to keep them healthy. Excess fertilizer, grass clippings, trash, oils, and pet waste wash into gutters and storm drains when it rains. Stormwater carries these pollutants directly into our lakes and rivers, creating an unhealthy environment for fish, waterfowl, and other aquatic animals. Storm drains are meant for clean rainwater. Most other discharges are illegal. If you suspect an illicit discharge, please contact Pasco County Department of Public Works at 727-834-3611.
Hi, I'm Bob Harrison with Pasco County Libraries. Today I'm sharing my Morning Blend Book Club recommendations. My first book takes us to Scotland for a tense murder mystery. It's A Season to Kill by debut author Nick Winter. When lawyer Darcy Sinclair finds the body of local socialite Ellie Bradshaw, it quickly becomes more than just a gruesome scene. Childhood trauma bubbles to the surface as the body count rises, town secrets are exposed, and grudges are uncovered. The characters are unforgettable, and as the book rushes toward its violent climax, it's clear to Darcy that a malignant killer resides within her inner circle. If she doesn't uncover the truth in time, Darcy might lose everything. My next book is All the Beautiful Lies by Peter Swanson. This is a clever tale of obsession, revenge, and murder. Harry Ackerson has always considered his stepmother, Alice, to be beautiful, if a little aloof. Days before his college graduation, Alice calls with shocking news. His father is dead, and the police think it's suicide. Devastated, Harry returns to his father's home in Maine. Shortly after he arrives, Harry meets a mysterious young woman named Grace. She claims to be new to the area, but Harry suspects she may not be a complete stranger to his family. Harry finds himself falling deeper under both their spells. Yet the closer he gets, the more disoriented he becomes, fearing they are hiding dangerous, even deadly secrets. My last book is perfect for middle grade readers. It's Scritch Scratch by Lindsay Curry. Claire has absolutely no interest in the paranormal. She's a scientist, which is why she can't think of anything worse than having to help her dad on one of his ghost-themed Chicago bus tours. She thinks she's made it through when she sees a boy with a sad face and dark eyes at the back of the bus. There's something off about his presence, especially when she checks at the end of the tour, he's gone. Now she's being haunted. The boy from the bus wants something, and Claire needs to find out what before it's too late. Thank you, and happy reading.
You can read a story. You can go for a walk. So why not combine both? Welcome to our Story Walk. Here at J.B. Starkey Wilderness Park, we have installed a new story in our Story Walk. Check out this new seasonal themed title, The Very Last Leaf, by Steph Wade and illustrated by Jennifer Davison, where you'll learn about Lance, the cottonwood leaf, and how he must face his fear of falling with the change of the seasons. The Story Walk consists of 18 reading stations positioned along a 0.2-mile loop. Along the way, you'll also learn some fun facts about the changing colors of leaves. The outdoor reading experience allows children, families, and people of all ages to read a story while walking along a nature trail. Head to the back left trail of the playground area, follow the purple trailblazes, and you'll be on your way. A special thank you to all who partnered with libraries to make this project possible: Pasco County Parks, Recreation, and Natural Resources, the Friends of the Pasco County Library System, and AmeriCorps.
The purpose of these gates was to provide residential and roadway flood reduction in the Trinity Oaks and the Thousand Oaks neighborhoods.
The whole idea was to automate the process of opening and closing of floodgates and reading the water levels during storm events.
So once we push the button, we could actually see the gate opening. We could tell that there's no blockages. We could tell that there's been no debris buildup. So it gives us real perspective from the office. So as before, we would have a crew of workers that would have to go out to each site, manually hand crank the actuator wheels. It was a very laborious, time-consuming task.
3, 2, 1, cut.
SCADA is an acronym for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition System.
I call this very transformative. In many other municipalities or counties, they have this system.
If we know that a major storm is imminent, we can open the gates in advance. What this does is this will allow the water in those watersheds to recede. This gives us information. It's very insightful. It allows us to make decisions here in the office. I think it's a very handy tool to have that capability from the Public Works office.
So now we can electronically monitor the levels of the water, and so we know way ahead of time now if we have an issue or if we've reached that level where we can go ahead and open that gate. Before, we would have had to send someone out, sometimes in really bad weather, to go see what's happening at each gate.
It's going to be reduced to maybe 1 or 2 people who can read these things in our offices. That means that these other people will now have something else to do in our operations.
I can see this kind of technology spreading throughout the county as we tackle each different area. This kind of technology will bring comfort and assurance to our community that we're going to get those floodwaters out in a timely manner.
Welcome to Pasco County, the fastest growing county in the Tampa Bay area. The Pasco Board of County Commissioners is a high-performing organization with 2,700 employees representing 57 lines of business, serving nearly 600,000 people over 740 square miles, and we're always looking for talented people to join our team. This is your opportunity to help make your community a better place to live, work, and play. If you're ready to be part of a great success story, consider a career with Pasco County government, recently recognized as a top workplace for 2021. Opportunities include careers in utilities, public works, traffic operations, solid waste, animal services, public transportation, information technology, libraries, parks, human services, recreation and natural resources, administration, senior services, fire rescue, 911, fleet, building construction services, code enforcement, planning, environmental science, and so much more. Plus, our benefits package is tough to beat. We offer employee wellness centers, health, vision, and dental benefits, paid holidays and tuition reimbursement, just to name a few. We are local government reimagined. We're progressive, innovative, and in many areas, Pasco County is leading the way. Want to learn more about what we do and how you can be part of it? Visit mypasco.net and click on Job and Volunteer Opportunities. Our team is more than 2,700 strong. Your neighbors, friends, and even family members. Come join Pasco County and make a difference every day.
Creating a diverse, vibrant, and water-efficient landscape improves our homes and businesses while protecting the environment, benefiting our whole community. The Tampa Bay WaterWise Award is designed to recognize residential and commercial businesses for their outstanding Florida-friendly and water-wise landscaping, and their continued efforts to promote Florida-friendly principles within our communities. Today, I'm excited for you to meet our Pasco County winners as they receive their well-deserved awards.
So again, Mr. Jackson, on behalf of Pasco County, the Board of County Commissioners, and the citizens of Pasco County, I want to congratulate you for the 2020 WaterWise Award. So what Mr. Jackson is doing and Mrs. Jackson are doing here when it comes to conserving water, but having just a beautiful landscape with native Florida plants, is something that's pretty amazing.
Well, it means a lot, but not just for us. It really means a lot because we've been trying for years to encourage others to do the same thing we've done here. Native plants are more in tune with our Florida environment, and there's been a major decline in wildlife here in Florida over the last number of years, and it's frightening. But by planting native plants, they're far more supportive of native wildlife. And that's a very important consideration. It's something that we can do for wildlife. At the same time, we make our yard some place we can go and enjoy it.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Commissioner Fitzpatrick, and we are here live today with Heartwood Preserve Conservation Cemetery, and we are here to say thank you to all of their wonderful volunteers and staff, and to Miss Laura Starkey. We would like to present, on behalf of Pasco County, we would like to present the WaterWise 2020 Award as the non-residential award. Thank you. It's very important that we can reuse and conserve our water so we can teach our kids of the future that they can water their gardens, build community gardens, they can grow their own food, and we're reusing our natural resources.
We're so happy to be part of this award, and it's just, I think it's a great thing that Pasco County and Tampa Bay Water is doing. It helps provide a fun incentive for people to do more native landscaping and more water efficient landscaping, but this is about the landscaping around our building, which we took care to make sure that we purchased only and put in only native Florida native plants that are appropriate to this ecosystem. So we're excited.
The Tampa Bay WaterWise Awards program is always looking for the best landscapes using WaterWise design and maintenance practices. If you want to showcase your vibrant, attractive, and water-efficient Florida-friendly landscape, visit TampaBayWaterWise.org to apply today, or call the University of Florida Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences, Extension, Pasco County Office for more information on Florida-friendly landscaping.
So you sign up for Pasco County's Special Needs Registry. That means you have a bed at the Special Needs Shelter if you want one, right? Nope. Registration does not guarantee you a bed at a special needs shelter. It's simply registration, not a reservation. You should register with the Pasco County Special Needs Program before hurricane season begins. And you can register right on our website. Just go to pascoemergencymanagement.com and click on the Special Needs link. Then, if Pasco County calls for evacuations and you live in an evacuation zone, we will call you to find out if you plan to stay in the special needs shelter. And Pasco County Emergency Management will provide transportation to and from the shelter if you need it. So remember, planning ahead is the best way to keep everyone safe. The special needs shelter should really be your last resort. If you think you'll need to stay in a special needs shelter, watch our videos about who qualifies to stay at one and what you should bring. Make your emergency plans before you need to evacuate. Don't wait until a disaster is heading our way to register as a special needs patient.
Hi, I'm Angelo Lorenzo, Regional Manager at the New River Library. We're putting on the final touches at your favorite branch. There are lots of changes inside and out, starting with the parking. As you know, we've moved the entrance drive to the east side of the building, and on your way to the parking lot, you pass a book return kiosk, under cover from the elements, to keep you nice and dry when you're just dropping off a book. We've added new landscaping to the entrance and a bright new sign to keep you informed of events and happenings at the library at a glance. Inside, the flooring is complete, along with the ceilings and lighting. An expansive new front desk is the hub of the library, with friendly staff ready to assist you quickly and efficiently. The furniture, shelves, and fixtures are in place, and we're preparing to deliver the books to the branch soon. The Discovery Gardens at New River are the gem of the library. We'll have a variety of display gardens, sensory features, and of course, garden beds for your use. We've also installed a covered area for holding seminars and demonstrations. We know you're anxious to enjoy the remodeled New River Library, and we're eager to show it off. Follow our social media pages and pascolibraries.org for updates and for the opening date. Thank you.
Today, we're celebrating the transition of Pasco County public transportation to a new, more modern name, Go Pasco.
It's time for a change. It's so much brighter, so much better colors. The buses look a lot better.
Goodbye, PCPT. It was always a hard time to remember those initials, and to have Go Pasco is going to be amazing for our citizens to remember, even for us to remember.
We've been PCPT for 25 years. Go Pasco envisions exactly what we mean. We're here in Pasco to go where you need us to go.
I think we're looking forward to the future, showing that we have a lot of pride in our community. We get to people actually liking that a lot. And like I said, they just like the modernization's a lot better.
It makes us more reliable. Go Pasco tells you who we serve. We serve Pasco. For PCPT, it was tough to determine that. So that's why we went to this new name and new brand. Again, vibrant colors help us get that message across.
Thank you to the team for putting this all together. This has been a 20-something years we've been PCPT. Goodbye, and see you on Go Pasco.
Are you in a relationship with somebody who is controlling you and making you do things that you don't want to do?
Are you performing sex acts for things like food, drugs, or a place to sleep? Are you being forced to do sexual favors instead of paying for drugs?
Is someone keeping you from going where you want or not letting you see your friends and family? Are you being forced to travel to other places?
Is someone holding your ID, money, or other personal information and keeping it away from you?
Do you ever ask yourself, am I doing this because I want to or because I'm being forced to?
You could be a victim of human trafficking, but we are here to help. Every law enforcement agency in Pasco County, including the Pasco Sheriff's Office.
The Port Richey Police Department.
The Zephyr Hills Police Department.
The new Port Richey Police Department.
And the Dade City Police Department.
Are working to help people just like you every single day.
You may be afraid and you may not trust law enforcement, but we are here to help you.
We care about you. Your community cares about you, and we all want the best for you. You matter to us.
If you're being controlled and forced to commit crimes for your pimp or trafficker, you are not a criminal.
Even if you have a criminal record, we will help you.
We can connect you to people who will help you find a safe place to live, to get a good job, and to get back on your feet.
We will act quickly and discreetly to help get you out of your situation. You are not alone. We want to help.
We have dispatchers on standby to take your call and advocates that can give you the help that you need.
You have value, and you do not deserve to be forced to do things you don't want to do.
We are in this together, and you are not alone. Please call one of the numbers listed below if you want help.
Here in Florida, we're no stranger to rain, and Pasco County Public Works wants to show you how we're working to improve drainage along your roads. Our crews work hard to keep your roads in great shape, and you'll notice after a heavy rain, we often see ponding or standing water on the road that doesn't easily drain away. Ponding can be a problem for a couple reasons. Most importantly, it can be a safety issue, because when you drive through standing water, you can start to hydroplane and lose control. So why does ponding happen? In most cases, it's because the shoulder doesn't slope away from the road, so the water doesn't have anywhere else to go. Pasco crews are always on the lookout for these problem areas and have a relatively easy way to fix them. Most Pasco roads that have water ponding problems have a sod curb, where the grass grows right up next to the road. Our crews use this machine, called a grater, to shave off about 3 feet of sod running along the road. This creates a slope, allowing water to run away from the road. Our crews also use a loader to scoop debris and a sweeper to clean the worksite. Then finishing touches are added, like new sod or stone to prevent the fresh soil from washing away. And just like that, ponding is gone and your roads are protected. This easy, cost-effective fix doesn't alter the rights of way or affect your property in any way. Thanks for watching, and please visit mypasco.net to learn more about how Pasco is working for you.